Kate Cross. Tara Norris is replaced by Laura Jackson, Mahika Gore, and the final change, Phoebe Graham in for Alex Hartley. Sunrisers go for Grace Scrivens. Their one change is Jodie Grucock in for Lissy McLeod, Cordelia Griffith, Maddie Villiers, Saskia Hawley, Joe Gardner, Amara Carr, Eva Gray, Kelly Castle, Kate Kopak and Abta Maksood. As I say, we are delighted to have a Thunder player alongside us. What are you making then of those changes? 3 of them, Sachi Pai.
Yeah, I think they are really good changes. If I'm honest, with the way the track's looking right now, it looks like a very green top. So Thunder have obviously decided to go with a seam attacking option, which I think as Sale as well, it'd be quite true. The bounce will be true as well, so it's quite a good option to have, I think. Yeah,
it's usually a decent wicket here, isn't it? As Kopak is going to begin the bowling from the Dane Road end of the ground. It's right arm over the wicket outside the off stump, and their ball is left outside that off stump by Emma Lamb. Of course, Seren Smale came in and was strong last year, particularly in that last game of the season, a big stand with Deandra Dotton at Old Trafford. So she will be looking forward to this opportunity, I would imagine.
Yeah, definitely. And look, like Seren's, during our warm-up games and practice games has looked great, has scored runs, so it's a great opportunity for her.
Here's Kopak on away again to bowl the second ball of the match. Non for non is the score, and the first runs will come off an inside edge, a bottom edge really, that bounced cruelly over the keeper Amara Carr and is away for 4 runs. So the Thunder are away this morning. We're coming up to 20-11 here at Sale Cricket Club. Mike Perkins and Sachi Pai alongside you for this game, and the 4 runs added to the total, 4 without loss. Perhaps not how Emma Lamb would have wanted to get off the mark there.
No, probably not. I think she'll be quite annoyed with herself. But like Emma Lamb, that's her scoring shot, as she says. That's her bread and butter, and I think that's the way that she'll be playing the game, looking to go hard from the start. But open her account nonetheless. 50
overs aside today. We're in the first one of the game. Nipped past the outside edge of Lamb. She's been beaten on the inside, but got 4 for it, beaten on the outside there, and it really skipped through to the wicketkeeper, and that's probably what you're saying about there'll be a bit in this track early on.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Sale wickets traditionally are quite true for, they have everything in it for everyone, and definitely for the seamers, and as we've observed in the first few balls of the game here, just the bounce that you've got, but also the swing as well.
Sunrisers formidable opponents today. They have the leading wicket taker in the competition at the moment, equal leading wicket taker we should say, as that full toss is dabbed into the leg side. No run on offer. BBC Sport Online are joining us now, so this commentary brought to you by BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire. My name is Mike Perkins. I'm alongside Sachi Pai for this game, and we also have Scott Reed as well from BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire with us for this one. You can get the pictures on Lancs TV as well. We're in the first over of the game. It's 4 without loss, and the Sunrisers have chosen to put the hosts Thunder into bat as Lamb leaving that one. Perhaps maybe the ball earlier in the over skipping past the outside edge playing a part. It brought a bit of an ooh face from you there.
Yeah, I think it's been interesting. Obviously the previous couple of balls before, we saw the bounce actually that the ball carried through nicely to Amara Carr, but this one I just feel like it didn't quite take off as much, and almost I thought Emma Lamb thought about it and sort of decided not to go with that decision. And here is Kopak again.
Bowls to Lamb, who is just trying to squeeze that one back down the pitch, but only finds the bowl. A no run. 4 without loss at the end of the first over of this game in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy. As we say, there are 50 overs aside in this competition. If you're just tuning in to join us for the first time, to give you an idea of these sides' form, Sunrisers have 5 points, big win in their first game over the Southern Vipers. Thunder have 4, 1 for the tied game, which was very dramatic indeed, and also of course for the no result at Welbeck. We've got Eva Gray coming on to bowl from the Kingston Drive end of the ground, and we'll let Sachi Pai bring you this over.
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting to see how Seren Smale goes about her day today. I think this is a great opportunity for Seren, but also she's a very exciting young player. We saw her in the Under-19 World Cup, and again, like you said, the last game of the season. She's got beautiful hands and some great timing on the ball, so I'm really excited to watch her today.
It's a very modern thing, isn't it, hands? That's what everyone's watching out for, isn't it? Quick hands. It's what you hear from the coaches all the time.
Great into bowl. Oh, Sarah, big shout from the Sunrisers players, but no, nothing from the umpires there. Looked interesting, and this is where Sarah, I think, naturally, when I was talking about her hands, she just wants to let them go, and this is where she needs to sort of reel it in and really just take her time as well. She has to remember to bat with Emma Lamb.
She made the universal signal of sort of 2 fingers for a bit of movement there. And the 2 fingers down the back of the seam.
That's
mimicking that.
Might be happy with that sign and going a little bit early. Again, great into bowl. Oh, straight through. Seren, that one just played right across it. This is what I was trying to work out and sort of say, that she needs to go a little bit more straighter at that one, especially with the ball swinging a little bit earlier. It
seemed to come back. It's the leg stump that's been knocked out the ground. Seren Smale is out without scoring from her second ball of the game, and Thunder find themselves 4 for 1, and we were speculating whether this would be a tough task for Thunder with the bat having been put in, and it looked like it might have been from that delivery.
Well, yeah, exactly, and this is what I mean about sailed tracks, with them being the, you know, if the seam is up top, we'll get a little bit of movement, we'll get a little bit of bounce, and this is where the openers really have to be disciplined. We saw Emma Lamb leave a few, sort of defend a few, and I think that's the approach we need to take. So obviously, Fee Morris coming into bat now, and she had an excellent start last game, wasn't quite able to carry on, but she looks in great touch, and you know, this is where it's interesting for her. And again, like I said, just need to find a way, sort of get through this first initial patch of the game, and then they'll be good.
It's a tough gig for an opening batter, isn't it? Brought into the team, and she's already finding herself sitting down and watching the rest of this Thunder innings. But Fee Morris, big experience, of course, won the KSL with Western Storm.
Eve Gray straight into bowl. Nicely played back to mid-off by Fee Morris. Confident looking stroke first ball.
See the rag's already out to dry the ball. We've had a bit of a shower's delayed the start. That's why at 11:15 we're only in the second over of this game here at Sale Cricket Club. Trees looking in good form. Plenty of greenery around this ground as always. Hedgerow fairly full on the far side.
Eva Gray into bowl again. Fee Morris just reaching a little bit for that one. She's got to wait for it a little bit longer. Hit straight to Grace Scrivens at extra cover.
Scrivens, of course, is the England under-19 captain from that first tournament. A lot's happened in the world of cricket since I was last speaking to our listeners. We've had that under-19 World Cup, a T20 World Cup, of course, the advent of the Women's Premier League. I've covered quite a lot of the story in Afghanistan, with their players having to, by and large, flee to Australia.
Final ball of the over. Again, confident looking shot, hit straight to Kelly Castle at mid-on. She's really looking like in an attacking mode, and it's nice to see that. It's good intent shown by Fee Morris, the first 3 balls that she has faced. Doesn't look like she wants to waste time, and sort of almost wants to put the pressure back on Eva Gray after taking that wicket.
Yes, seems to be looking to really get forward and get as far down that pitch as she can.
Gray into bowl. Oh, just shaping it a little bit down leg side, that inside edge on it, but it looks like she's getting a little bit of movement, Eve Gray, that over, especially coming into the right-hander. We saw the way Seren Smale was dismissed, was just almost like through the gate that we speak about, having taken her leg stump off.
And she indicated that first ball, didn't she, with that, as we were saying, with that sort of mimic of the seam, and then it, as I say, the fact it was leg stump rather than middle or off that went back perhaps indicates that movement. And again, Fee Morris being taken on the pad. 4 for 1 then at the end of the second over of the game. That was a maiden over, and it saw Seren Smale depart, bowled by Eva Gray without scoring off her second ball of the game. And we're going to see Kopak again with the plaited ponytail to continue from this Dane Road end of the ground. She changes the ball from one hand to the other, right arm over the wicket, and defended by Emma Lamb, who was well forward in orderly fashion. Doesn't produce a run on that particular delivery. Plenty of excitement from the Sunrisers fielders here.
Yeah, definitely. And again, with that one, you could again see the bounce that she was getting on that one, and it just got through a little bit. Almost took Lamb by a little bit of surprise, almost, and it was played a little bit high up.
Here comes Kopak again to bowl right arm over the wicket. Hit by Lamb, away through the point region off the front foot and away for 4, and that will... It was a relieved clap you felt from the Thunder players down there to see Emma Lamb get one away. 8 for 1 is the score, and that'll just settle a few nerves on the sidelines.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where Emma Lamb is great, because she knows what her strengths are. She knows where she would want to get her boundary. And again, that was beautifully played, placed perfectly between point and cover to get her first boundary of the day.
Yep, or second, in fact, because she got the... Although that one was a far more classy one, wasn't it? Because it was... Yeah, it was where she was trying to put that one. She might have even wanted to go ever so slightly straighter, but she won't mind as she faces up again. This time has to just dig out a ball on the crease into the offside. It's a dot ball, 8 for 1. The score remains. Sunrisers players in the black strip just buzzing around their positions here. We've got mid-wicket, a mid-on and a long leg on the leg side, as well as mid-off, extra cover, a fairly short extra cover in the form of Grace Scrivens, a cover point, a backward point and a fielder at slip on the offside, as this one is bowled short of a length by Kopak, defended by Lamb, who again settles for a dot ball. You're listening to BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire via the BBC Sport website, and also to the Lancs Cricket TV stream.
Yeah, I think Lamb's looking very comfortable right now. I think she just needed to obviously get through that first little bit of patch, and she just looks like she's more comfortable, a little bit more in her groove, and I definitely think that boundary must have helped her out a little bit.
Shakshi Pai alongside myself, Mike Perkins, here at Sale Cricket Club, watching Thunder versus Sunrisers in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy, as that one's driven off the back foot into the offside. It produces no run. 8 for 1 the score remains, and the 2 boundaries so far are Thunder's only contributions, but they've lost Seren Smale, brought into the side today in place of Naomi Datani, who... Has she picked up a little bit of a niggle, Shakshi?
She was actually playing a game for Middlesex on Monday and just sort of went for the catch and slipped through her hands and had a little bit of a knock on her head, but just, you know, just being
Kopak bowling, and that one has beaten Lamb outside the off stump. It's through to the wicketkeeper Carr. There is no run. Yeah,
she just got a little bit of it on her head, and I think we're just being a bit cautious. It's a long season. She's a very important player, so we want to make sure that, you know, she's also ready for when the T20's coming in the next couple of weeks. So I don't want to make things worse right now.
And I believe that's your target as well, because of course you're sat up here in the commentary box. We know you'd rather be out there playing today. Yeah,
look, definitely. I think injuries are irritating and they're hard to sort of deal with, but as professional cricketers, this is something that we sort of have to learn to live with. Just like being ill and not being able to go to work. But look, I'm glad to be up here, and then I'm happy to support the girls any way I can.
Well, they've negotiated the third over of this game. 8 for 1 the score, and it's going to be Morris to face the bowling from Eva Gray. Just takes the ball off Abta Maksud, who seems to be on drying duties up there with the moisture from the early shower.
Eva Gray into bowl. Again, great shot by Free Morris. Hit straight onto the stumps, though. It's really irritating as a batter when you do that. Because you think either side, and that is a 4.
Well, it's the perfect shot in many ways. We talk about playing straight, and you can't play any straighter than that. I heard somebody discussing, should you maybe get a run for that, because it's such a good shot. Should you at least get 1 for it? You should almost get 10 for it. I mean, it's a great shot, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Gray making her way into bowl. Oh, just drifted down the leg side, signal wide by the umpire. Fee Morris still waiting to get her first run off the day, but she's looked very confident, as we spoke about. She's played very straight. Just doesn't look like there's any nerves for her today.
It's a new club for her as well, and she'll sort of want a statement score early on, really, will Fee Morris, just to put her stamp on her position in this team.
Gray. Oh, just twisted the bat a little bit in the hand and just knocked it straight back to Eva Gray, did Fee Morris. But we just keep talking about how she's really looking to play that attacking shot early on, but she just needs to be a little bit more careful, wait a little bit longer for the ball to sort of come to her. It's been 9-4-1.
We're in a power play at the moment, a 25-metre circle in women's cricket. 2 out at the moment, backward square leg and down at third.
Similar looking shot from Fee Morris. It is straight to Aberton McSood at mid-off.
Clearly that moisture that came down before the start of play, or at the scheduled start of play time, has had some effects. We saw the sawdust going down there, and it seemed with that ball as well there was a little bit of stickiness in the wicket, and of course it's been a very, very wet pre-season.
Gray running into bowl. Oh, just flicked off her legs. Beautiful shot by Fee Morris, and it goes to the boundary for signalling 4 by the umpire. The flare on that shot was just fantastic, wasn't it?
Lovely flick of the wrist to take the Thunder score up to 13 there from Fee Morris. Just looked the classy player she was there.
Yeah, she's an absolutely classy player. She's not your striker of the ball, but she's, someone who plays off timing and great positions, and she's just someone you just love to watch. Great into bowl. Full toss, hit straight through the covers. Back-to-back boundaries for Fee Morris. Another great shot.
17 for 1 it moves on to, and Morris looking to take advantage of some loose bowling there.
And you can tell that pressure is probably now a little bit more back on Gray, and you could tell what Fee Morris was looking to do there, almost coming in, and then she knew that Gray was feeling confident with that wicket, so wanted to sort of show her positive intent, and that's exactly what she's done, and she's got 2 poor deliveries from that.
And she does have the innovation as well. We'll come back to that after this ball.
Just bit back at the length defender, straight back, and that would be 17 for 1 after 4 overs. Really good over that for Thunder, 2 fours, and just sort of ease that pressure a little bit more.
Yeah, I remember a game, I think it was the second edition of this competition. You would have still been at Lightning at that stage, I think, actually. But it was a game that got reduced by rain. It was one of the first, actually, in these formats. It was a Charlotte Edwards Cup game, reduced down to around about 2 or 3 overs in the end that Western Storm had to win it. And Fee Morris came out and played reverse sweeps and absolute licorice all sorts, which, as you say, for a player of sort of her temperament and her class, shows that those shots are there, but she often keeps them under wraps.
Yeah, and I think that's the sign of a great player. I think at that moment in time, she knew what her field was, and she knew that she needed to get a boundary, and started sort of being a little bit innovative early on. And that's just a sign of a really great player that knows when to use the flair almost.
Here comes Kopak then to bowl her 3rd over of the game, the 5th in total. 17 for 1 it remains as it just nips past the outside edge of Emma Lamb. You're listening to commentary on Lancs TV along with the pictures, as well as on the BBC Sport website, courtesy of BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire. Scott Reed will be along to join myself, Mike Perkins, and Shachi Pai here in the commentary position at Sale. Up on the balcony we are today as Kopak comes in again, right arm over the wicket, short of a length, and Lamb has plenty of space in the power play to hit that one over the infield and away. It's going to stick, though, in the grass, which has got slightly damp during the morning, and there will be just the 2 runs on offer there, taking the score on to 19 for 1 in the 5th over here. She seemed as if she was shaping powerfully, but didn't quite get all of it there, Emma Lamb.
Yeah, I felt like that bounce was quite interesting, because the ball before, it didn't quite get up, but that one kind of shot up quite quickly on her, and I felt like she got a little bit cramped, but nevertheless got hold of it quite nicely. But the ball just did seem to plug on the outfield, like you mentioned. It was a bit damp.
Cloud coming over as Kopak bowls, and this one is defended well by Emma Lamb. Forward in orderly fashion again. No run on offer on that occasion. I think we'll be largely under cloud cover today, I would imagine, but hopefully the rain stays away.
I hope so. I mean, it's forecasted for some passing showers, but there's nothing that we can't play through, right? As long as it's not torrential rain, I think we're all right.
As we say that, a few drops fall from the sky, and the bin bag is put over the kit high tech as it is to protect it here, as that one is driven into the offside and it's going to get through the dive at cover and it's going to run away towards the boundary. There's a chase on and it'll be a successful chase and it will keep it to just the 2 runs. Some good work out there by the overseas player Hawley to chase that one back to the boundary. An Australian who's joined Sunrisers this season. Of course, they've got Danny van Niekerk coming in for the T20s, which is there's been some real statement signings. Obviously, Deandra Dotton for the Thunder as well last season.
Yeah, I think Van Niekerk would be a great signing. Obviously, coming off retirement from South Africa. Just tell you after this ball. Here's
Kopak, bowls. It's taken an edge and it's gone into a gap and it's away down to third for another single. Lamb, I think as much as anything, though it was a leading edge, she wasn't necessarily looking to turn leg side until the very last minute when she realised she'd misjudged it and got a little bit lucky, but you've got to ride your luck in these conditions with the spots of rain falling. 22 for 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, I think, she was looking to play that a bit straight, but I think the skid actually just got to a little bit and took off her leading edge. But I think Lamb is looking in fine form yet again. There's no surprise there from Emma Lamb.
Sunrisers then with all their players in the ring, bar backward square leg and the fielder third on the boundary, driven powerfully by Fee Morris, very powerfully indeed, but for no run. Maksud does the fielding at mid-off. 22 for 1 is the score at the end of the 5th over. It was a productive one for Thunder, bringing them 5 runs in that over, so they'll be quite pleased with that. And it's a good job we've both got the rain jackets on here.
It is good, and I'm trying just to sit back a little bit so I can catch a little bit of cover, because I washed my hair yesterday and I don't really would not like to get it wet. It's curly hair problems, I'm telling you this.
I think that's it's a wise idea. We could almost bring the tables back a little bit.
Did you wash your hair yesterday?
I washed it this morning actually.
Oh,
yeah. So have an equally problem, although I think I have a little bit less. It's fair to say that comment has been made in my direction over the years.
I think it's just girl problems, and here we go. Great into bowl again. Oh, just a bit wide of. Yeah, signalled wide by the umpire, cleverly left by Emma Lamb. I think this is where, Gray has now felt that little bit of pressure because of last over and Fee Morris almost taking charge of it. And that 2 boundaries, now she's sort of missing her length a little bit, line and length a little bit, as you can see.
Yeah, I think the pressure was put on her by Morris, wasn't it?
And it was great intent and great into bowl. Oh, defended nicely. Straight into Grace Scrivens, who attacks the ball and fires it into the keeper as this rain is getting a little bit heavier and the players are coming off the pitch, signalled by the umpires. Yeah, we're beating a hasty retreat here. We're just going to bring the kit back because I think you're very wise to say if we can get as much as possible underneath the cover of the roof above us. That's probably not a bad idea. The kit's protected, which is good. 23 for 1 then. I think we're going to have a fair few of these passing showers, and we may very well. The umpires are staying out there, so I think we're going to keep talking here, Chachi, because I think we're going to have a fair few of these showers today. There's some brightness over away to the right-hand side of us, and there's some brightness to the left-hand side, but we just have a cloud sat on top of us at the moment. Hopefully it won't be too long a delay. We haven't lost any overs so far from the 10 minutes we lost at the start, so hopefully we'll be okay. Yeah, no, we should be. I think, again, the day is predicted to have some patches of grey clouds. So we're going to get these passing showers, but I don't think it's going to be like thunderstorm or extreme. But it's just irritating as a batter because I think Emma Lamb and Fee Morris were looking just to like they were getting into the flow of things, and now sort of like the almost flow is kind of being ruined. So they've got to remember that when they come back, they almost have to start again. That's got to be important. But yeah, we'll be okay, I think. It's one of the difficulties for batters on days like this, isn't it? The bowlers get to go off, put their feet up for 5 minutes, recharge a little bit. They'll still be fairly warm and fresh when they come back. But basically, by the time we've got the covers on, they're going to have to take them off again. And the phrase is, a break always brings a wicket, and the batters will be feeling that when they go back out. Yeah, exactly. And I think all the bowlers out there might shout at me for saying this, but they're always going to say, "Oh, we get a bit stiff sitting around," and I completely get that. But I think that's going to be the case with the batters. It's just because of the stop of play, but all that extra little rain as well, it sometimes does a little bit something to the wicket. So again, when they come back out to bat, they've just got to be, almost start on zero in their heads again and get themselves in again at the same time. But they've got to remember that pressure has now also been put on Eva Gray. So she's going to want to come back after this break and hit the ground hard running. So, it's going to be an interesting battle.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a bit of juice just always seems to help a bowler, doesn't it? It just always seems to just play in their favour ever so slightly. Let's bring you some scores elsewhere on BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire via the BBC Sport website, and on Lancs TV as well. We'll keep talking through this delay because we don't think it's going to be a long one. You're with Mike Perkins and Shachi Pai here bringing you the commentary. 24-1 Southern Vipers find themselves down at Hove against Central Sparks. They of course lost their previous game, the Vipers at Hove, so they will be glad to get going there against the Sparks. They're in the 8th over of that one, 24-1. It was Sparks who won the toss and elected to bowl. Unsurprisingly, Western Storm won the toss and elected to bowl, as the Sunrisers have in this game between at Sale Cricket Club against Thunder. In this game, Western Storm are playing the Blaze at Grace Road. They've already picked up 2 wickets for the cost of 33 runs in that one. So 3 Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy games underway. It looks to me, looking at the scores here, as if Northern Diamonds and South East Stars are yet to get underway. We'll just try and have a little explore and see if we can find out what's happening there. There's a ground delay at 9:57 pre-start is the only information we have on that one. So presumably they've not been able to get the covers off there. The covers on here, we imagine they will be heading off fairly shortly. Although the great dilemma is if there's any spots of rain now, the umpires, their regulations say they can't bring them back on. The spectators have retreated in the distance under the trees on the far side, but it feels to me as if we could probably get going again here. I don't know if that's your view. Yeah,
no, it is. I think they shouldn't have, personally don't think they shouldn't have come off that early, because I just believe that it was, as you can tell, that by the time they were actually coming off, like a couple of minutes later, it almost slowed down. So it's, and I understand that this is something the umpires have got to be cautious of as well, because it has to be the safety of the players that come first. But I think this is going to be how the day is going to sort of pan out almost. It's going to be these patches of showers, so it's up to the umpires about whether they decide to sort of ride the wave.
It seemed to be umpire Shaughnessy who gave the look, who was sort of the umpire in action, if you like, at the bowler's end rather than the square leg umpire, who kind of gave the look. I mean, it was heavy rain, as the state of my notebook is evidenced. But at the same time, it was a very quick and a passing shower, and it looks like we're going to get play back underway. And umpire Shaughnessy, who, as we say, seemed to take the lead on that decision, is the one who's waving the players back on now. So that's good to see that they're keen to get play back on straight away. And I think it's going to be a busy day for the ground staff. I did see a tweet from the ground staff who sound like he got the whole family involved preparing this pitch in time this morning after a good amount of rain in the, as we say, the pre-season period, but also in the last few days.
Yeah, he is here at about 5 o'clock every single day. He absolutely loves this ground, and the wickets, he calls them their babies. Obviously, we train at Sale, once or twice a week, so we're quite familiar with the practice wickets, and they're always great, no matter the time of the year. Like we've had sort of a net or sort of training session here in March before, and you'd think the wickets were about May, June kind of condition. So it's their hard work, and it's really, really impressive. But he will rope everyone in to help him out.
I was going to say, the wife had certainly been called in. It looked like the daughter had been called in as well. It was a real family effort to get this game on, so that's good to see. A reminder: the score 23-1. Morris and Lamb resuming. Lamb has 13 of them. Morris has 8 of them. The runs have largely been in boundaries so far for the Thunder, but they've lost Seren Smale. As we say, a hard life for an opener coming into the side and only lasting 2 balls before she was bowled by Eva Gray. And that is the story of the game so far, as the Thunder head back out to the middle. You with Mike Perkins and Shachi Pai here today. And we hope that will be the only delay, although one would imagine there might be one or two more showers. So
I can see just patches of grey. So you don't know sometimes what happens is you see a very dark patch, it does nothing, and then the most lightest patch and you're just pouring down. So it's just going to be that waiting game day today.
Over the tallest of the trees over there, that must almost be 100 foot over there, certainly sort of 60, 70 plus. It's very dark clouds over there, but it's lighter to our right and kind of in the middle to our left. So we will see. Either grey to continue.
Great into bowl, bit full of the length, played straight through, backward points his hands by Emma Lamb. Beautiful shot once again, and first ball straight after the break to the boundary, leaving Thunder for 27 for 1.
Well, it shows what whoever came up with that phrase of a break brings a wicket knows, because Emma Lamb just picked up exactly where she left off there. 4 more runs, 23 for 1.
She always says that's her bread and butter, and we spoke about that, and that again, like, she waits for that ball to come to her, plays it ever so late, and picks the gap up perfectly, and you know, we'll see that often in this day today. Well, she'll play with that backward point fielder to, you know, hit it to her left and right. So it's brilliantly skilled, great into bowl, bit full of the length, hit straight back to her in a very nicely defensive shot by Emma Lamb.
This is better. The sun's out.
I know it's about time our jackets started to come off, but it's not quite
the temperature. We've retreated now, haven't we?
We've gone back under the bit of shade, not bit of shade, but shelter, and now the sun's out. So I think weather can't make its mind up today.
This is what we want, though. This
Beautiful.
Looking glorious here at Sale.
Grey, full of delivery, looking for that quick single. V Morris makes it comfortably in the end. It just looked like at the start she wasn't too sure about it, and you know, just saw Lamb almost charging at her, so just went for it.
Yeah, it was an interesting shot, because as you say, you're right, it was sort of full in length, but Lamb went back to kind of create the room into that gap at cover. It was quite a clever bit of shot, and Lamb knew straight away there was a single there. It was off, so Morris didn't have much choice.
Grey, full length, driven straight to mid-off again. V Morris looking to take on Grey almost, isn't she? She's. I think they've both decided that they want to sort of almost take Grey on and throw a line of length off a little bit.
Tall figure at the crease as well, Morris, and I think on a day like this, you've got to try and get down the track if you can, and that's exactly what she's doing.
Eva Grey, bit short of a length, but didn't quite get up there, so just almost prodded straight back to her.
End of the over then, 28 for 1. You are watching Lancs TV and also listening via the BBC Sport website, courtesy of BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire. We have Scott Reed who will be joining us in just a moment, and myself, Mike Perkins, as well as Shachi Pai is your commentary team today, and delighted to have a Thunder player alongside us. I guess in terms of the start to the season then, a little bit disappointing in many ways, but I guess you've got to remember it's early days in the season. Yeah,
absolutely, and I think, you know, one thing we've also seen is sort of there's been changes in the lineup, and it's quite hard when you have such depth of players to get that right balance of 11 players sometimes, and that happens, but we've played some great patches of the game.
Here's Kopic, Dane Road end of the ground, and that one is blocked into the offside by Emma Lamb. Doesn't produce a run for her on this occasion. I mean, that's one of the noticeable things about the pre-season in this competition was there was so much sort of transfer activity, if you like, players switching sides. Morris, Norris and Datani, 2 of which are unavailable today, but came in at the Thunder, and I guess that's quite a lot of players to settle in, and Deandra Dawson was still fairly new to the side, having come in late last season, as that one slips off the face of Emma Lamb's bat as she tries to drive into the offside. Does the England opener in this format, the 50 over, it's still 28 for 1.
Yeah, exactly, and this is where, you know, with having all those signings, it strengthens our squad, but it's again getting that combination right about what spin options, and we've had like Alex Hartley, Sophie Eccleston available for the first few games, so I think that's also been the challenge of it.
Yeah, I mean, two top quality spinners available there as Kopak comes in and bowls short of a length. It's Lamb pulling into the leg side again. She's got more of this one than she did of the previous one. It was perhaps a poor bit of bowling, really, having got away with the one in the previous over. She doesn't get away with that one. 32 for 1. Lamb looking in very good form indeed. She's on to 22 and just got that one exactly where she wanted that time.
Yeah, definitely. I think she was more in control of that shot, and sort of knows, I think, is almost anticipating for that short one to come along. I think Kopak has had a few where she, she'll give you a couple of full ones, but that bad ball, as we speak about, is that short one, and she's bowled previously.
Went square on that occasion, but still in front of square. Brought 4 runs. It's full this time, and Lamb, I think, will almost be disappointed not to have taken advantage of suckering the bowler into bowling a full ball there. That's where the percentages are for the bowler, you feel, in this game, getting it full like that. But Lamb actually, with one fielder to beat at mid-wicket, might have thought she was on for some more runs.
Yeah, definitely. I think she would have been a bit disappointed that she missed out on that one. Nevertheless, she hit that one quite nicely.
Nice to see the Sunrisers attacking there. The reason they only have one in front of square on the leg side is because they've got 2 slips and they were nearly brought into play there, as it's another dot ball escaping past the outside edge of Lamb's bat, who's happy to chance her arm to some extent in these innings during the power play, but she'll bat time as well, will Emma Lamb, and that one just misjudged, just pulled the length back there, Kopak.
Yeah, exactly. And I think with the way Kopak is bowling, she obviously shapes it away to Eva Gray, shaping it in. So it's a nice combination of both of them for Sunrisers. And I think, that's where Lamb is almost sort of, I suppose, like just deciding the best way to play her. And then that's why Kopak's got 2 slips as opposed to almost the 1 slip we had for Eva Gray.
Sunrisers 1 win in the competition, coming against the always much fancied Southern Vipers as Kopak bowls, and this one's driven nicely by Lamb. She's going to get runs past Maxud, who's going to have to chase back to the boundary. She got something on it which was useful because it's prevented that one going for 4, I think, but it has still cost 2 runs, 2 more to the total, 34 for 1. Did that result at the start of the competition send a bit of a shockwave through the competition, the fact that Vipers, who are always pretty much the favourites in these competitions at the moment, getting beat in the first game?
Well, I think we saw sort of what you spoke about, the transfers that were happening over the winter and back end of last season, which has sort of evened out a lot of the playing field, you could almost say, because there's been a lot of changes, and I feel like that was almost a way of saying, hang on a minute, but maybe is the year for someone else to win this time round, and I think that's been sort of the beauty of it.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the first 6 overs of this game. Shachi Pai is going to continue from the Kingston Drive end of the ground, and she will be joined by Scott Reed.
Oh, straight through. Fee Morris takes off her off stump. She's looking to drive that ball a bit again. Looking to take on Eva Gray, and it just misses it straight through. And now I'm joined by Scott Reed. Scott, what do you make of this?
Well, I've not timed that very well, have I?
Did you just jinx it?
I think I've got to take full responsibility for this, haven't I? That's a shame. This is not tricky, is it? When you're coming on and off a little bit here, there's the element of rain not too far away. It's a batting side. When you're a little bit on and off, you're having to kind of restart and reset. Pretty tricky, I think, for the batting team to do that.
Yeah, I think that's what I was speaking about earlier, is that little break. And just before that break, I think I saw Fee Morris get really comfortable, play some beautiful shots to the boundary, and I feel like she almost needed to start again before getting dismissed.
Yeah, it's not ideal situation, is it, for a batting team? But I think we're going to be like this for quite a bit of the day. I think there's a chance that we might get the odd passing shower, so we might just have to dodge a little bit of the weather through the course of the day as best we can. If you're wanting batters to having to come off and then come back on and restart, and not easy, but they've got 2 of their best out there now. Yeah,
absolutely. Ellie Threlkard was fantastic in the competition last year, with averaging about 46, I think it was. So I think she'd be wanting to get some runs under her belt today. Eva Gray into bowl. defended nicely straight back to her. I think, you know, Ellie's had a really good sort of pre-season as well, especially when we were on tour in Dubai and Mumbai. So she's looking confident. Her game is in a good place. I think she just wants to capitalise on that.
How was the tour, by the way?
Sunny. So, and
Sounds
hot.
lovely.
Grey. Just a bit short of the length. Defender straight back to her. Yeah, tour was amazing. I think it's a great opportunity that Lancs have given us. This was our second year in a row of doing this. And again, it's something that I hope other regions also take up and sort of send their women's team, because it does make a big difference as a group, you know, as well as your development as a player. Gray continuing from the Kingston end. Bit full of the round, driven straight back to mid-off. Ellie Rachael just looking comfortable in her crease.
I presume you were kind of exposed to obviously different conditions, clearly, because you're in Dubai. But I guess you're exposed to different bowlers. You're exposed to different types of players. There's different experiences aside from just the warm weather, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. Gray. Just defending nice back straightly. Big sort of gestures from the Sunrisers players, as if, you know, there's still a lot of movement that's happening in the pitch, but Threlks just seems calm about it. But yeah, like you said, like, look, India was, you know, there's those spinning tracks, those red spinning tracks, as what we saw them as. And again, Dubai was a different experience with a bit more slower wickets, but playing in the heat is something, you know, you need to sort of acclimatise to. Threlks just played that straight back to Eva Gray off the back foot. But yeah, I think it's something that, again, you learn so much of those tours because it's different types of wickets, different conditions. The players that we come up against are, again, their skill sets are so different as well. So like it was absolutely brilliant to get out there and sort of learn different things and just come together as a group.
The contrast, having had pre-season in such warm weather, and you've obviously had kind of training preparations in warm weather, actually not having to play a game in these conditions before the season started must be a slight tricky way to adapt.
Yeah, I think, you know, the warm weather is great, and then you come back to the depressing English rain. It's not exactly ideal, but I suppose it is good to get those games under our belt early on.
Yeah, a couple of slips in place, a little bit of rain falling again. It's just pushed away by Lamb into the offside for no run. So this again, I mean, we talk about the effect it has on batters, having the bit of drizzle around. Tricky too for the fielding side, isn't it? Ball will be slippy, outfield a bit damp. Yeah,
you could see that Maqsood's been on ball drying duties for the course of the match so far, and should be wanting that ball to be dry for when she's on to bowl.
Yeah, not ideal. Kopak running in. So those two slips. It's a nice shot by Lamb. It's driven away through the offside.
Always been consistent and always scored Lancashire, and as we saw on her England debut last summer, that she again just looked really confident, as if she just wasn't facing international bowlers who were bowling quick at her early on.
28 not out. That's flashed away into the onside, stopped at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Yeah, when she's in full flow and she's timing the ball well, she's absolute joy to watch bat, isn't she?
Yeah, definitely is. And I feel like when, you know, it's the timing that she has. She has that split second longer, how late she plays the ball. It's brilliant to watch.
Still in the crease as Kopak comes in and balls. A little bit of width, that's chopped away into the offside, just picked up at cover point. And there is no run. Well, that little bit of drizzle that was falling just a few moments ago appears to have stopped. We've still got quite a bit of cloud cover above us, but
I think the umpires are sort of just ignoring any rain. Little drizzle that comes their way. They're like, no, we're going to get this. I think they've realised that there's more to come in the day. So just going to say to the players, just get on with it.
Yeah, I think where possible, it's probably the smart move. Otherwise, you're going to be on and off for most of the day, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, Kopak actually goes through with a bowling action, but doesn't release the ball.
I thought we were on for a man card there for a minute. And I thought surely not, but I think she just sort of almost got stuck in her crease a little bit there. Kopak did, but again, sometimes it's really hard when the rain comes on as a bowler, because if you're in a good rhythm and you suddenly get taken off, you have to find that again.
Lamb waits and drives a fullish ball to mid-off, not picked up cleanly, but again, you factor in the slippy nature of the ball, it'll be quite difficult to grip. So Lamb gets through for 1 and keeps the strike as well. Moves on to 29, so that's 39 for 2. We've had 9 overs of this game here at Sale Cricket Club on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. And 2 of Thunder's best batters out there in the middle now for the home side.
And Eva Gray to continue again from the Kingston Road end. She's picked up 2 wickets and her confidence seemed to have lifted up again after that second wicket of Fee Morris. I think she started off really well, had a little patch in between where she kind of lost her length a little bit, and that break, as we speak about, brought her that wicket. Bit of change of field. The slip has now been taken out, and Cordelia Griffith, I think that is, comes into extra cover. So cover and no slip for Eva Gray. I think they've realised that Lamb's been playing that shot really well, so just want to get that extra protection. Gray, ball's full of a length, defended, looking for that one, and makes it comfortably.
Yeah, that's good running, isn't it? They've made their mind up pretty quickly. There's a single there, just pushed away to point.
Yeah, I think, you know, Grace Scrivens was sat almost a little bit deep on the ring, and I think Lamb noticed that, played a ball nice and late, nice and softly, and went straight away. And as we speak about the ball being a little bit wet, I think, you know, she predicted almost that they were going to make it that comfortably. As the rain gets a little bit harder, Gray running into bowl. Flicked off her pads nicely by Ellie, just looking for that second run. Nicely cut off by Joe Gardner at deep square, and that will be 2 runs to Ellie Threlkeld. That will just open her account up for the day, and Thunder are on 40-4-2 of 9 overs. I think this is going to be a little bit of a challenge to the bowlers as well, as the ball starts to get a little bit more wet. Great into ball, full of the length, driven nicely to extra cover by Threlkeld. What do you make of sort of what would be like a good total today?
Well, it's tricky, isn't it, with the forecast that we've got? It could be a bit of the old revised DLS type situation, couldn't it? There's the potentially if we were to lose a bit of overs.
And I think that's sort of the key for batters to almost how they play today. Gray, full of the length, driven nicely by Threlkeld. And again, like I said, like for batters, that's going to be key about, you know, they sort of almost do have to take into account the weather for today and sort of how they go about their innings, and you almost want that total to be a little bit on the higher side and above par as we speak. Gray. Bit full of the length. Oh, driven. Looking to drive that ball again, just played and missed it.
This is kind of Thunder's regular home, isn't it? Aside from Emirates, Old Trafford, this is kind of home venue now. So I guess you know the ground pretty well, know the dimensions pretty well. You have a rough idea what you reckon's defendable.
Yeah, look, I think we've had something above 250. I think it's got to have to be a decent one. Great. Bit short of the length, looking to pull that one, but missed it straight. I think almost didn't get up on her as much as she expected, I think.
Yeah, it did just seem to stick a little bit, that, didn't it? Almost, you say, threw the shot a little bit too early.
Yeah, definitely, and I think, she was a little bit disappointed with that one, Ellie Rachael, but now Kelly Castle looks like it's going to be the next bowler in. I think Kelly Castle is someone, again the captain, but she's someone who's be quite good on this pitch with her pace not being as much as Kopak or Eva Gray. It'll be interesting to see how they play her.
Bowling at the Dane Road end, coming on number 7, Kelly Castle.
Yeah, maybe it's just a little bit of pace off. If we saw that last delivery, which seemed to just stick a little bit in the pitch, maybe just a bit of extra, just take a little bit of the pace off the ball, especially when it's sort of slippy, greasy outfield as well.
Yeah, definitely, and I think with sort of the two batters, I think they almost got to take advantage of that sort of dewy ball, as we say it, especially like we saw in the previous over when Emma Lamb wanted to take that quick single, knowing that for the fielder to pick up the ball cleanly when it's wet, it's almost a little bit harder when it's not hit to them as hard. So be interesting to see how they do play Kelly Castle, and she's got a few variations as well, and I think that'll be the key on this pitch.
Well, we're through the first 10 overs, so we've had the power play restrictions as well being relaxed. Couple of fielders outside the circle as Castle comes in and bowls, and that's worked away into the onside. Short mid wicket in place. I tell you what, I'm pleased I got these black bin bags. I mean, I think the key aspect of today's commentary is the black bin bags.
I would have never
covering
thought.
the equipment.
Do you know what?
And the toilet roll. Don't forget the toilet roll. That's also important.
I think you need to put that in the shade that it's just getting a bit wet now.
Fair point. Castle balls again down the leg side, signalled as a wide by the umpire.
Because otherwise there's no point of having that toilet roll if it's all wet. That's better.
It's defeating the object of the toilet roll, isn't it? To mop up the water on the tables. I've got some black bin bags covering the equipment. Castle balls again. It's drilled up towards mid-off, misfield there. And 4 runs hit firmly by Lamb, but Maksud, who was in position, may just took a slightly awkward bounce perhaps in front of her, managed to get through her defences and down towards the boundary for 4 runs. 47 for 2. Both umpires are looking at each other in a manner that suggests that they're concerned about the rain.
Yeah, I think there's a couple that Maksud has almost misjudged on in that same position on this end. I think just got to be a bit careful that she doesn't get creeped in too much.
This is worked away to backward point by Lamb. Just trying to find a way between that ring of fielders inside the circle on the offside. Dot ball. 47 for 2. Steve O'Shaughnessy is looking over his shoulder. I think he's looking in the direction where the weather's already gone.
I thought that's where it comes from.
Is he coming from over that way? I
thought it was
more that way.
From behind the trees, maybe?
Oh, right, okay. I take it back. He's a man of experience. Well, if that's where he's coming from, happy days. He looks a bit brighter. There's Castle again. Forward goes Lamb. Pushed into the offside, no run. Well, there's some horrible looking cloud away to our left.
Yeah, I really hope we do not get that. But I just feel
nasty,
like the whole day is just going to be cloud coverage, really. So that's expected. I think sends cover out now.
There's Castle over the wicket to Lamb. Again, just shuffling back, trying to work the ball away into the offside. And again, there's no run. That was quite a heavy kind of burst of rain, that. But even though there's a slightly worried look between both umpires, they've cracked on. I think you're right. You just got to try. You're probably going to try and play through a little bit more than things that you would normally go off for. Otherwise, you're going to be on and off all day.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's that'll be more irritating to both sides if that was to happen.
Castle balls again. Oh, there's an appeal for LBW as the ball's deflected away into the onside. Half an appeal from the bowler, perhaps wondering whether it was pad first. Certainly batting it, we could hear that.
The bowler always thinks it's out though. That's and if you ask the batter, they always think the edges come first. So I think, we're given that Castle was the only one that appealed.
It was a bit of a lonely appeal, that, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think normally bowlers and keepers go up first, but I think Castle was left by herself there. I think it is still either grey to continue from the Kingston Road end. Pretty tidy first over by Castle.
Decent, that, wasn't it? Yeah. Say that, just certainly watching that pace being taken off the ball, a little bit harder for Lamb to try and work the ball away.
Gray to continue. Bit short of a length. Just played that nicely off the hips. Straight to mid-on again. You could see the groundsman and everyone running towards the covers, almost getting prepped and waiting for that signal from the umpire by the looks of it.
He's looking twitchy, isn't he, Steve O'Shaughnessy? Tumbling rain again.
Yeah. Gray running into bowl. Bit fuller of run, driven straight to mid-wicket by Lamb. Again, I feel like Gray looks like she's getting back into her rhythm now and looks quite nice sort of run into the crease.
It's a good start. We're into the 12th over now, aren't we? This is a pretty tidy start. It's quite accurate bowling. At the minute, there's not a great deal for Lamb or for Threlkel to work with.
Gray, bit short of the lens, played off the hip nicely. Just 1-2 deep cover at Joe Gardner, who picks it up and throws it nicely. Joe Gardner, really handy player for Sunrisers, been there since the first sort of edition of the regional cricket, and looks like the players are coming off as the rain has got heavier.
Yeah. Why are we the only ones not undercover?
I don't know. Given that we have the most, we have some expensive technology here, why are we not undercover? Some sort of bias?
I don't know. I think we need to shuffle away to our left-hand side and go and join Mike under his fancy-looking gazebo. Yeah, it's got heavier, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely got heavier in it. Sort of, I think they try to prolong coming off it as long as they can, but this is something that's that's been happening for quite a few overs now. So I think they thought it's time to come off for a little bit.
Right, I think we'll do the same because we're getting drenched. So
yeah, I can't risk my hair getting wet again. I need to go off.
So the covers are being pushed on. Hopefully it's not too long, but because we're outside in the rain, we'll leave you until it stops raining. And we'll be back with you shortly.
It's incredible. You don't see any other regions doing something like this, so it's like I said, such a privileged position. And obviously there's so much excitement about women's cricket in India at the moment with the WPL going on. Obviously we've got Sophie Eccleston representing Thunder over there and Tara Norris as well, and they've both done brilliantly, so it'll be nice to catch up with them. But yeah, it feels like a really great time to be going to places like that and being a female cricketer, and hopefully we can make the most of it and get stuck into the conditions and I think just get some learning done, because that's what pre-season tours are about.
The training sessions that we had in Dubai, the Sevens ground at the ICC Academy was absolutely fantastic. We obviously played 3 games there and played some really good cricket. So we're really happy with how the players have developed really across a fairly long and intense winter.
Exciting for me personally, like being born here,
It brings back a lot of memories. It's quite a special place for me, but especially for the girls, like having experienced these conditions or this type of culture. But everyone's really embraced it and absolutely been loving it out here. Not seen my family in a very long time. It's been 7 years, and for them to just come out and like watch me play and watch the girls play and just see what I do, it's really special.
Why are you going so fast and then you got down yet? Oh, we're going together.
Obviously it's quite famous for its spin tracks, and you know the facility we got was absolutely fantastic.
I mean, last year we were competitive in the vast majority of games, and we're unfortunate not to get over the line and get a few more wins. I'm hoping this year we can do that and really push on. Today is around our approach and our mindset. Our focus can only be on performance and making the best of today. Basil, the few things that you want to share about this ground, etc., isn't it?
For me, I remember coming here with England, and the reason why we come here and train is because they took 10 Dulkers from here. It has got some real legacy to it.
Ready to go? I'm so ready.
Looking forward to captaining, are we?
Yeah, I am actually. Yeah. I've never done it before. Something different.
Terrific all-round performance. Even when things go slightly against us, we're not losing the fight. We're staying in it and showing a lot of character. The way we've gone about this business today is nothing short of outstanding in terms of batting, without a shadow of any doubt. But that's the way we need to play cricket, and that's really important. We keep moving on. Another game in 2 days' time. We're playing the women's state team.
One last thing, always celebrate 100.
Yeah.
Synchronised swimmers.
absolutely amazing. I think it's just good to get some cricket outdoors and put everything what we've done in the winter into practice, and it's been really good. It's been a really good tour and we've got a lot out of it as a team. We've got a few new players, a few fresh faces over the winter. I think just playing outdoors has been great, so we know like how each other works, and yeah, it's definitely brought us all together as a team. Definitely a lot closer now.
The signing of the 3 players have made such an impact by way of maturity and cricket experience, which is rubbing off throughout the winter on the rest of the young players, and I think that's a really good thing, and I think bodes well for hopefully will be a really positive summer, but really strong foundation.
I think if you'd said 2 weeks ago that we'd have won 4 out of 5 games, we'd have probably taken it. But I think more importantly, like the way we've gone about our cricket these last 2 weeks is exactly what we've spoken about for the winter and also for the last few years. So I think from my point of view, it's been brilliant to see. It's been brilliant to see different people contributing as well.
In those moments, that's where we just need to be brave. We talk about being fearless. It's still hitting the ball hard.
As we say, it's a tour to start getting closer and closer to the season, so for me, we're on the right track. I've absolutely loved it, and thank you very much for having me this evening.
Been involved in the game a long time. We're in the England women's cricket team in 2014. My job is to help the transition of that from amateur to professional. We're doing the same thing here at Lancashire with the Thunder. But the support that Hilton's offered us has been absolutely fantastic, and it makes such a difference, because to be travelling, it's not just a cricket development opportunity, which clearly we've taken that with both hands, but also it develops the players as people. Players have really bought into the training here, but also the culture and the people of Mumbai. It's been a fantastic experience. Look, I'm a big believer that anything's possible. I think it'll be a really positive season, and we're going to really look to push and just see if we can surprise a few teams and see where we can get.
Hello, Dad! Hello! Clarky! Welcome, girl! Lammy will be spewing, by the way. I just love that name all the time. Hey, how good's that? Yeah. Spinning it as well? Oh, good. Regadoosh. Oh, yes. Very good. Hosa! Yes! Yes. Yay! Oh, referee. Demo. What would you like?
We'll just say it was a standard catch up, maybe we'll pick that up. No worldies here.
You're a worldie.
I'm a 10.
Hey! Fimo, what a day, girl! When you're on, you're on. When you're on, you're on. Oh! Yeah! I've put my hands back on, ladies.
That was a great take, and fun's over. Do you want to sign off?
That's all.
Thanks for watching Lancs TV.
As you were.
up.
He did, to be fair. It's working out.
Actually, a really good idea. I feel like people don't think about that, do they? Just multi-purpose bin bags.
Multi-purpose bin bags as we set to resume here at Sale Cricket Club. We've not lost any overs, so we're going to official restart time is in 3 minutes. But the players, as you can see, are back out. If we lose any further play in this game, then we will start, unfortunately, to lose overs. But we've credit to the umpires and the ground staff. They've kind of rattled on with it and got on with it, because any further delays and then you start to lose overs in the game. So fingers crossed that's the last of it. That's quite a heavy shower, that, wasn't it?
That really was, and you know what? They've been quite efficient in taking the covers on and off, and great to continue from the Kingston Road end, full of a length, left by Eddie Threlkeld. Bit of a carry that ball had. Yeah, they've been quite efficient taking the covers on and off. I think they're predicting it's going to be that sort of a day, so this are almost just on cue. Almost they're going out. But good first ball from Eva Gray. Eva Gray running in. Bit full of a length, defended, looking for that single, but decided to go against it, did Eddie Threlkeld.
Yeah, I guess you've got to restart again, haven't you? Both bowlers, fielders, batters. After that interruption, try and refocus your mind and get back into it. I thought it was a nice little spell for the Sunrisers just before the rain came. They bowled beautifully.
They did, and Gray especially continuing. Bit short of the length, knocked to deep square, just a single. Yeah, I think they had that good little patch. The first patch was, I think, was good for Thunder, and then almost just having lost that one wicket of Seren Smale, and I think the second sort of patch was really good from Sunrise in restricting the runs, as well as taking that wicket of Fee Morris as well. I think Castle to continue again from the Dane Road end.
Yeah, she just bowled, I think, 1 over, wasn't it, before the rain came?
I think I am going to end up saying Dane Villas and at some point.
I'll take responsibility for that, since I planted the seed. Well, I think the great man should have an end named after him at Sale Cricket Club. What better venue for him?
Well, there's worse places in the world you can have it named after.
It's a lovely setup, isn't it? It's my first time I've been here. But we're on the balcony, aren't we, of the pavilion. It's driven away into the offside. Picked up at cover, and there is no run. Cordelia Griffith there.
Really confident looking stroke that from Ellie Threlkeld. I think, she's looking confident. She has been looking confident the past few games that she's played. It's just about, for her today it would be just important just to stay out there and bat with Emma Lamb.
On strike and waits for Castle to bowl again. Just trying to help it down the leg side. Umpire Grace Banbury confirming that was a wide down the leg side. 51 for 2.
Maqsood still on the ball drying duties here from a very wet ball by the looks of it.
She got a regular supply of dry towels. It's eased away through the offside for a single. Threlkeld moves on to 4.
Confident looking stroke.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah, nice shot. 52 for 2 now.
I think it's important to play Castle quite late, as Emma Lamb and Ellie Threlkeld have done, because she doesn't have that pace that we sort of speak about, and especially on this sort of wicket.
Balls again, Lamb goes back. Just rolls it down to backward point. Joe Gardner picks up the ball, sends it in towards the keeper. Score ticks along to 53 for 2.
I think there's Lamb is really good at sort of, you know, playing that ball late and getting off that mark straight away, almost putting the pressure back onto the fielder.
Yeah, she moved to 37 not out. Played a little opishly into the onside, to the left of mid-wicket, down towards the long-on boundary. Ellie Threlkel comes back for 2 more. Moves on to 6 not out, and it's now 55 for 2.
It's been looking nice after this little break that we've had. Looked confident, looked comfortable, just showing good intent, these 2 players, and this is where Sunrisers are going to have to be a little bit careful.
It's defended into the onside by Threlkeld, and there's no run.
Because these 2 batters here are extremely good runners between the wickets, and you know they're not going to come in and sort of look to go, you know, those big shots, but they all keep rotating the strike and put the bad ball away, and all of a sudden, you know, they'll have a 50-60 run partnership.
Threlkeld on strike. Castle bowling. Again, that's off the front foot and played back down the pitch. And there is no run fielded by Karpak. So we've had 13 overs now of the Thunder innings. 55 for 2 with Emma Lamb on 37 and Ellie Threlkeld on 6.
Going to be quite a key partnership for Thunder here. I think, you know, if what we've seen from the previous games is they've had that good start, those good partnerships, but they haven't quite gone on in that middle phase of the game that we speak about in the 50 over. That's so important to sort of capitalise on that solid base almost that they've got. And Gray is to continue. I think this is her 7th over coming up to it. Bit full of the length, driven straight back by Emma Lamb.
Yeah, Gray's bowled prior to this 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 20. Got back 5 overs for 24, and we've had 2 overs from Kelly Castle, which we've gone for 11 runs. So just the 3 bowlers used so far, but as you say, I suppose a little bit of interruptions for the weather, but quite a lengthy spell this from Eva Gray.
Gray. Bit short of the length. Oh, just missed completely by Lamb. Run straight down to 3rd man. A big appeal from the Sunrisers players. Looks exciting, but looks like just signalled leg by the umpire. Looked a bit high on it a little bit from this angle, but the players looked very keen.
Yeah, it's a decent appeal, that, wasn't it?
Gray, just looking confident. Charging into bowl. Bit full of the length. Looking to drive a little bit in front of Ellie, but just runs down to 3rd man, just between backward point and slip.
Wasn't a bad shout. Just a little look back on the replay. Maybe hit her outside the line.
Well, you gotta feel like you have to shout and put that puts a little bit of pressure on the batters and batters themselves. So looking in great rhythm today, Eva Gray is. Gray, bit short of the length. Again, I'm looking to play it off the hips, but just completely missed it. Big appeal from the Sunrisers players again. I think that's happened a couple of times now for Lamb to Gray. I think it's just not getting up as much almost the last couple of deliveries. Gray. Again, a bit full of the fun. Played nicely off the front foot. 1 down to deep cover. Score is now 58 for 2.
Another good example there, as you're saying about the kind of running between the wickets. I mean, it's a easy single, isn't it, out towards square leg, but got to keep looking at picking those 1s and 2s up.
Yeah, definitely. And this is where it's great because I think they've already got 3-4 runs off this over already without doing much. And a bit back of the length, played it off the hips, looking for that single to put pressure on. Are they going to looking for the 2, but sent back by Ellie Threlkeld. I think this is where we spoke about these two players being great in terms of the pressure will be automatically put on the Sunrisers without them taking much risks, and this is where we call that great cricketers are really clever at doing this sort of thing.
These middle overs in 50 over games are crucial, aren't they? Just to build steady. You want wickets in hand at the back end of your innings, really, don't you? You want kind of ideally, the last kind of 8 overs, you want wickets in hand. You can have a proper attack then, can't you?
Yeah, exactly. And look, we have that firepower at the back end with Liberty Heap to come in. So it's just important that she is allowing herself to express at the right time.
Kelly Castle, over number 3 for her. Just worked away off the front foot by Threlcold. There's a ring of fielders inside the circle on the offside. Short third, backward point, extra cover, and a mid-off. So it's pretty well guarded, the offside field, inside the circle. There's 2 fielders on the leg side boundary, deep square leg, and at deep mid-wicket. As the tip-tap of rain starts again. It's wide of the off-stump left. Threlcold thought about playing for a moment. It would have been a shot with a degree of risk involved. Decides against it, doesn't offer a shot. Through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, the raindrops almost getting a little bit heavier again. I think they are. And you're covering your laptop with the beanbags again. Played off the back foot nicely by Threlcold, but straight to extra cover.
You see, I've got an umbrella at home, but it's no good at home, is it? It's absolutely pointless being there.
Yeah, I mean, I've got one at home as well.
Well,
but,
that's,
that's
exactly.
both of us then.
We've done well there, haven't we,
I
between
expected
us?
some shade, to be fair.
It's Castle to Threlcold. Partially stopped off her own bowling as it's pushed back down the pitch. Oh, the umpires are having a slightly nervous look to each other as well. They're going to give it another go. I understand that, but you don't want to be on and off all day. And I'm kind of hoping that this latest bit of rain is just a brief shower. A play and a miss from Threlcold. And taken by the keeper, and there's no run. So it's 59 for 2. There's a partnership just developing between 2 of Thunder's best batters. And they'll be hoping to bat through the bulk of these middle overs if they can. Lay a platform for a little later. And driven away, actually comes off the inner half of the bat, and she's aiming up to kind of towards mid-off, and the ball squirts out to the leg side. Threlcold gets through for a quick single. Keeps the strike as well. Umpires are going to have another chat as the rain continues to tumble. 60 for 2, and we've had 15 overs with Lamb on 38 and Threlcold on 9. It's everyone's looking towards the skies.
They are almost all looking for answers, I suppose, and the answer's going to be there's a bit of rain. So I don't know how much help that's going to be, and umpires are signalling for the covers to come back on as the batters are coming off again. And Maddie Villiers, who was going to be the change of bowler, is now going to have to wait for her turn almost.
Yeah, frustrating, I'm afraid. It is going to be that type of day. A little on and off, and to credit to both umpires, they're doing what they can to try and play through rain, but it's heavy again. Players are edging off, and we're going to retreat to a dry room, and we'll be back with you when play resumes.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
So today we're sampling our Titanic Distillers Premium Irish Whiskey and our Titanic Distillers Premium Irish Sugar Beet Vodka. Our whole brand is about shipbuilding in Belfast and those people who built the boats, and we want to honour those people. So our distillery will open October this year. It'll be the first working distillery in Belfast in over 100 years. Within here in the hospitality area, we have been giving out some free samples, and then we're also offering some cocktails on the bar, bespoke cocktails using both our spirits. In the fan village, we've been just chatting to people about the Titanic brand that maybe never seen it before, so just getting their feedback on the brand and how both the spirits taste. Our reception for both our spirits today has been amazing. We've had some great comments about the whiskey. There's a lot of whiskey fans here, so a lot of people really were excited to try an Irish whiskey. Vodka, because it's made from the sugar beet, it's naturally sweet, it's unfiltered, and it's had a really, really good reception, so it's been fantastic.
Lancashire Cricket have been able to work with St Francis Xavier's College, home of Old Zavarians Cricket Club. We're here for a success story around Old Zavarians Cricket Club opening a new net facility for the wider community.
It was at the end of the 2021 cricket season. We as a cricket club spotted the ECB county grant, and we saw this as our opportunity to try and fulfil the ambition to get some outdoor cricket facilities at our cricket club. We work closely with Lancashire Cricket Foundation and other partners, including the school here at SFX, and between us we put together this project.
So we're entering the 5th season now of women and girls cricket at Old Zav, so it's becoming quite competitive, quite popular. The nets are going to be a really valuable asset for us, so that's kind of moving women and girls cricket up to the next level.
It's wonderful to see in the summer months cricket being played by our students as well as the old boys as well, and so to have this facility on our grounds as well just enhances that opportunity.
It was a 12-month process, including getting suppliers, completing the county grant applications with Greg as the development officer. He helped support that process for us.
With the help of the school as well here, we've managed to get these 3 fantastic all-weather nets.
Quite a few of the local cricket clubs have been successful as well with slightly different projects. Sefton Park have had a non-turf pitch fitted, and also Liverpool Cricket Club in Egberth are going to install a non-turf pitch as well, which is, so hopefully that's going to come in line with the increase of gameplay and cricket going on in the city.
Welcome along to this edition of Beyond the Boundary. With me today is one of Lancashire's finest, Neil Harvey Fairbrother, who was a diminutive left-hand middle-order batsman for Lancashire and England through the 80s and 90s, played over 20 years cricket here at Emirates Old Trafford, and was fundamental to Lancashire's one-day successes in those years. Well, Neil, nice to see you. Good of you to come back to the old place. I said Neil Harvey Fairbrother. With those names and those Christian names that you were given by your mother, it was destiny that you would become a cricketer, surely.
Well, I don't know about that. Unbelievable that I ended up a left-hander as well, that's for sure. But I think I did all right because our two favourite cricketers were Neil Harvey and Herbert Sutcliffe. So I think I did all right with my name in the end.
I've been called a Herbert a few times. But I mean, your mother and your father were obviously hugely instrumental in your development, not only as a cricketer, but as a person as well. I mean, what's your earliest memory of sporting interest in the family home?
Well, my dad played club cricket. And as I was growing up, he played at Earlstown, which is Newton-le-Willows. So I can remember as a 6-7-year-old lad going down there on a Saturday and a Sunday, and my dad's teammates would throw me balls on the outfield and things like that. Mum did the tees, and that was how our summer weekends were. And that I guess is my first cricket memories. And then because we lived in the village of Grappenhall, so Grappenhall Cricket Club was clearly nearer than Earlstown, and Grappenhall weren't taking youngsters at that time till they were 11 years old, and I think I was sort of 9 or 10, and Dad managed to sort of squeeze me in, and that's the junior section at Grappenhall.
You weren't just a good schoolboy cricketer, you were a pretty good schoolboy rugby player as well. You played for Cheshire schools in both sports. Which was your favourite growing up?
It was 50-50. You know, I loved rugby, like I obviously still love cricket. And the day that I signed here, Jack Bond offered me a 2-year contract, and he said one of the things is that rugby will have to stop. And actually, it was a sad moment and a sad day. And I played rugby at Lim Rugby Club. And enjoyed myself immensely up there. I still have good friends from all that time ago through the rugby connections, and you know, I used to go and watch. And
I think it was a good job it stopped. I remember coming to watch you once, and it must have been probably in '82. So you might have just played. You might have been the winter of '82. Yeah. Anyway, I got there 5 minutes after the start to see you being helped off the field. And that was the end of that.
Well, it happened a few times on the cricket pitch as well, didn't it?
Oh gosh, did it ever. I remember that. One of your best innings ever, in my opinion, was at Chesterfield.
Yeah.
When you got hit under the chin. Was it Michael Holding?
No, it was Ian Bishop.
Oh, Ian Bishop. Crikey, yeah.
I remember
he was fast.
He was, well, before his back went, he was rapid, wasn't he? He was absolutely rapid. And that was a quick wicket that day.
Chesterfield, Queen's Park, was one of the best pitches in the country, wasn't it, at the time? And I remember you got hit under the chin, and you had I think you probably had some stitches in the end. And I remember saying, well, what's the matter with you? Get out there now.
In fact, I think I can remember that as well.
Yeah.
Purely. So I batted with Foxy.
Yeah.
We were 10 or 20 for 2, and I batted with Foxy for 2 or 3 hours, and I remember we were both flailing it around everywhere with our eyes shut most of the time, I think.
Yes, it was pretty fearsome. Anyway, back to your early years. So rugby had to stop. Yeah. You made your debut here in '82, but prior to that, you'd played for Cheshire schools and club cricket at Grappenhall.
Yeah.
Where was the leap between that and getting into Lancashire's?
So I played at Grappenhall, which was Cheshire. Went to Lim Grammar School, which was Cheshire, although the school didn't play much cricket at all. But that enabled me to play for Cheshire schools. So that was 13, 15 and 19 back in those days. And I remember doing well as a 16-year-old playing in the under-19s. I did well against Lancashire under-19s. And I don't know if that was a bit of a catalyst for somebody at the club here to say, oh, there's a lad who plays for Cheshire that might be worth looking at.
It's interesting because there's always been a path. I mean, I was a Cheshire lad, played Cheshire schools, and came here and played. I played in the nets at Easter and had a club and ground game or two. But that you were a contemporary of John Morris, weren't you? Didn't you play together for Cheshire schools?
Yeah. So
and he didn't come here, did he?
No, but he was from. I guess he was from Crewe.
Crewe.
Yeah, he was from the Crewe area. So we played all the way through together for Cheshire, and he clearly ended up at Derbyshire. So you know, it was, if you were minor county-ish, it was pot luck, wasn't it, to a degree. There was obviously a little bond between Cheshire and Lancs at the time, which I believe has got stronger as the years have gone on, thankfully. And now there's a bit of a pathway, hopefully, for lads from our area.
When did you become aware of your talent, and did you have the will and the belief that you could make it as a professional sportsman, either as a rugby player or as a cricketer?
I think it's something. I mean, I loved rugby. I loved playing football. I loved cricket. So it was just a hobby, and it was great fun to start with. It was around. We'd done the under-13s and the under-15s, and then I started playing for Cheshire under-19s early, and I immediately did well. So I think then you know, you're 2 years young and you're doing well at under-19s, and all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, I might be all right at this. And then got invited down here, like you, played 2 or 3 club and ground games, and then played a second team game, and thought that I needed a new bat to play in the second team. So we went into Stockton Heath, which was a village next to Grappenhall, and there was a sports shop called Buller's Sports. And Mum and Dad took me in there, and I bought a Gray Nichols bat for the second team game, and it was about 3 pounds too heavy.
No.
So coming to Old Trafford, it was here, we played Glamorgan seconds, and I couldn't lift the bat up. The ball was hitting the pitch and was quicker than anything I'd ever seen, so I had no chance.
And the combination of the two, heavy bat and a quick pitch, no,
not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Oh dear. So that was a lesson very quickly and early learned. You used Gray Nichols in your early days, didn't you?
Yeah, very early.
Then you moved on. But,
yeah.
Interesting. What weight of bat did you use then?
So all the way through my career, it never moved from £2.8. So that was start to finish.
Yeah.
Clearly, through my period, there were people that used lighter and there were people that used heavier. Now, I think the generalisation is that the lads use £2.10, £2.11 bats, but they pick up so well now. The bats are so big and they pick up so well that you pick a bat up and you think it's 2.7, and there's actually that much wood in it that it's heavier.
Here's a speculative question. Do you think you'd have been a different type of player with a modern bat? Because you were very much a batsman who structured his innings around moving the ball around, placing it in gaps, etc., etc. Would you have been tempted to play differently?
Well, you never know, do you? You never know. I do think that when we played, if I didn't hit the ball in the middle, then there was no chance of it going over the boundary. These lads at the moment, they're fitter, bigger, stronger, and they have bigger bats. So if they get half of it, it's still clearing the ropes, isn't it? You know, I never had that feeling. If I didn't middle it, it wasn't going anywhere. That is for sure.
Probably made you the player you were then, actually, because you know, you had to be meticulous in the way that you chose your stroke.
Yeah, I mean, I think I look back at the way I played, and I think early on I tried to hit big balls a lot of the time, and it, you know, hit my fair share of sixes on this ground, not like the boys today, obviously. And then I think realised that there was another way to play the game, in one-day cricket especially, and that was to hit gaps and run. And run hard, and that is how my game developed. And then I had a period where I mixed both very well, the hitting and the manoeuvring of a cricket ball, and then latterly I think probably went too far the other way towards the end of my career, where it was just nudging it around into gaps, whereas the game perhaps was going the other way, and that's when boundaries were needed.
Were you aware when you were playing, and you played 85 one-day internationals for England, were you aware that you were developing a style of play that was pioneering? I think you were the first, whether you were called it at the time, but certainly in retrospect, you were the first finisher in the international game.
I don't think at the time you realise that. The one thing that I enjoyed was the run chase. I enjoyed the run chase. I enjoyed being in at the end, and I enjoyed getting this team or the England team over the line if I could. And I got immense satisfaction out of that, and perhaps my game developed on the back of those feelings as well.
You were a great manipulator of the strike though, and also you were excellent at marshalling the lower middle order to chase down totals.
Well, it was great. The lower middle order here for many years was full of strikers of a cricket ball, which complemented often the way I was playing. And if I thought we needed a boundary or we needed the next over to go for a few, then we all had confidence in each other, and whatever the advice was, the lads were taking it. So, you know, for long periods of time, there was Wasim Akram here, Mike Watkinson here, Warren Hegg here, Phil De Freitas. So all these lads, lower middle order, could all hit the ball into the stand. So when the time came, they were up for the challenge. And we complemented each other well. We knew each other inside out, and we trusted each other.
Let's just go back a bit. 82 you made your debut, but you didn't do anything in your first game. You were called out of nowhere, basically.
Yeah, I was actually playing for Grappenhall on the Saturday afternoon. I heard the phone go at about 8:45, and Mum came running upstairs into the bedroom and said, "Jack Bond's on the phone, and they want you to go in and play for the first team." And I'd only played 2 or 3 second team games, not scored a run. So I turned around to my mum and said, "Somebody's having a joke with you." And she said, "No, it's Jack Bond." So literally jumped in the car, came here, and you were all in the nets at the back. So I came up into the changing room, was hurriedly getting changed, and it must have been 10:30 because you all came back in. And all of a sudden, I was surrounded by my heroes, people that were playing for England, people that had made the history of this club during the 70s and early 80s, and I was absolutely dumbstruck. Knew nobody. Clive Lloyd was captain that day, and he came over to where I was changing, introduced himself. He talked in this big, deep voice, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And I didn't understand
And he
the word he
mumbled a
was
bit
saying.
as well.
I didn't know what he was saying. And he sat me down in the cinema seats that were in the changing room, and he put his arm round me. And I felt obviously ever so small when he was sat next to me. And the day just went from there, and we fielded all day. And on the way home, I had to stop the car, and I was physically sick on the way home. I think from the nerves of the day and everything that had gone on that day. And then Monday afternoon, when it rained, and then Monday afternoon we chased Kent's total, and I didn't bat, and David Lloyd got 150. And obviously Bumble at the time was at at the end of his career,
Yeah.
and he opened the bat and got 150. I remember it being a wonderful knock. There were 2 knocks early that stood out to me. One was that day, and then the first year on the staff, we went down to Horsham, and again, it was only my 3rd or 4th game, and Frank Hayes was at the end of his career as well, and he got a huge 100 at Horsham.
140 odd, I think it was.
Yeah, against Imran, Garth LaRue.
Yeah.
And that innings also stood out, and those 2 were almost something for me to aim at. And Frank didn't play much after that either.
No, he didn't. It's interesting you say that, because that innings of Frank Hayes came after your debut innings, which
Yes.
didn't occur until 1983. And you made 94 not out against Warwickshire.
I did.
John Abrams was captain.
He was.
And there was, well, tell us about the scenario there, because 94 not out was a hell of a total.
So, obviously, that was my first knock. My first 4 in first class cricket was a bouncer off a spinner. So, the last over before lunch, Norman Gifford, and he had a penchant for bowling the odd bouncer. So he must have thought, well, let this young lad have it.
Yeah.
And he bowled me a bouncer, and I managed to get it away for 4. That was my first 4 in first class cricket. But later on that day, I think there was an agreement that we would come out at 250.
Bob Willis was captain of Warwickshire.
He was. And I ended up batting with Jack Simmons, and I was 94 not out, and I think we needed 4 to get to 250. And Jack said, we'll stay on now. It won't matter. We'll stay on till you get 100. And he hit a 6. And that was 250. And I looked round, and Bob Willis was just walking off. You know, he was the opposing captain. He was just walking off. And looked around again and could see John was in the doorway of our changing room. And nothing happened, and everybody just walked off. So I'm 94 not out, and I'm walking off thinking, well, that's a great... I've had a good day here, 94 not out. Got into the changing room, and I remember you and Graham Fowler shouting as I went in, and then Jack came in behind me, and Jack threw his bat across the changing room.
I've never seen Jack as mad.
And Jack threw his, and he said something along the lines, if that's the way you want to play your cricket, you can all go and do one.
Yeah.
And clearly people were having a go at John, saying, why didn't you keep him out there?
It was a strange scenario, because I remember that clearly, and Bob just walked off, didn't he?
Absolutely.
Because Bob, I came to know Bob very, very well, obviously over the last 20 years or so, and that's exactly the sort of thing he'd do, you know. But there was a bit of mischief in him.
Yeah.
I think as he got older, he probably realised it wasn't the nicest thing to do.
No. Well,
but it affected you less than you probably didn't realise what was going on.
No, I remember that night we were staying up Hagley Road somewhere, and we went in a Chinese, and there were about 6 of us round one of those big tables, and I can remember that. And I was just pleased that I got double figures.
You have got the best memory for games and occasions, instances, call it what you will, that I have ever come across in a cricketer. You and I played together for best part of 10 years, and I have very little memory of these games. And you just come out and can, not only can you say who was bowling, you would remember hitting your first 4, but I think inconsequential things. Where's all that come from?
I don't know, but I can't remember yesterday now. But I can still remember, you know, some of those things. And we got our own back on Bob Willis, didn't we? When we won the '84 Bensons. And
oh yes, we did. And you were out there at the end of that, weren't you? That was a fantastic day. It was our only success, wasn't it, for a period of time.
Yeah, you'd just become a dad, hadn't you?
I had the night before. Yeah. Ben was born on the Friday night. Yeah. And Bondi, bless his cotton socks, you all went down on a bus, I think, and he waited behind for me and brought me down in the car.
Yeah.
I didn't get to Lord's till 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it was late
in the morning.
Yeah, it was late.
That was a euphoric day. But we had some bad times in the 80s, didn't we? Really,
we weren't very good, were we?
No, we weren't. We kept losing games hand over fist.
You know, 80, 85.
85 was a bad year.
Yeah.
86 was a bad year, apart from getting to the final at Lords. Just before we go on with that, you've already mentioned Clive. Let's just talk a bit about overseas players at Lancashire. Clive was obviously an adopted Lancastrian and played for the county for 16, 17 years, maybe a bit
Did he
longer.
play that long?
Yeah,
Right.
68 to the mid-80s. Missed a couple of years when he was captain with the West Indies, of course, or playing with the West Indies. But we've been fortunate enough to have two of the very, very best in Clive and Wasim Akram. How much influence did those two guys have on you and the way you played the game?
Clive was, he was left-handed. He was one of my heroes. So to share a changing room with him for 2 or 3 years was fantastic. Clearly, we didn't play like each other because he hit the ball
thunderously
hard.
Yeah.
But it was just for a young lad to be in the changing room with the West Indies captain, a heroic figure, was fantastic. I mean, that game, the final at Lords in '86, he got a duck, if you remember.
The first ball.
And he walked on and he walked off, and as he walked off, I was walking in. I remember having tears in my eyes as he was coming off, because it'd been built up into his final, hadn't it? It was his last games for us, and he got a massive ovation as he walked on. And I think the only person in the ground that wasn't clapping him on was Imran Khan that day. And then I followed him in. So he was a massive idol. But
your demeanour was distinctly different, wasn't it? You were nervous as a kitten before you went into bat, and Clive would regularly be asleep on the floor in the dressing room.
Absolutely. But with Waz, I mean, Waz joined us 88, and he was a young lad. So we actually, in many respects, he played here to 98?
10 years. Yeah.
So in many respects, we almost grew up playing cricket here together. And it was amazing watching him develop. He came over and he showed the group of bowlers straight away reverse swing, and that clearly helped. It helped us, I would say, immeasurably from an older pro down to the young lads like Ian Austin at the time, who all of a sudden began to understand what reverse swing was, and I think it set us apart from other teams for a little while.
Well, Wasim became fundamental in Lancashire's make-up, quite obviously. He was one of the finest cricketers that's ever walked. But you were fortunate, I think, in being able to play in two separate eras of Lancashire cricket. You played in that team that developed from '87 onwards, and we won a number of one-day trophies through '89, '90. We started in '88 with the Refuge Cup, didn't we? 88, 89, 90, 91, and then there was another incarnation of Lancashire which developed around the mid-90s.
Yeah, I mean, '86, I remember we didn't win a championship game till August because we weren't very good. And I remember Steve O'Shaughnessy grabbing a stump at Leicester and running off like we'd won the NatWest because we'd won a championship game. So that's where our standing was. Then in '87, David Hughes took over as captain, and then Alan Ormerod began to
manager stroke coach, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, I was playing as well, but I've still to this day wonder what the difference was and what happened in '87 to make us. We were challenging for the championship. We came second. What was the difference there? What happened?
If you look at the stats, I would imagine that a third of the way through the season we were the same as '86. And then by hook or by crook, we won a couple of games. Lads started getting a few runs and a few wickets, and then we got on a roll, and we won. I think we won the last 8 championship games to end up second. And I think Yozza and Alan started putting a bit of discipline into the changing room and a bit of structure on and off the field into the changing room. And then, you know, those lads that had played well in '87 carried on, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
And
from a personal level, did you start feeling comfortable in '87? Did you ever feel comfortable as a batsman? We know you're nervous. We know you spent time sitting in the back room in the loo and all that sort of stuff. That's just the way you were. But as soon as you walk down the steps, all gone.
Yeah, it was. I don't know why.
I never understood it. To be honest.
No. But you know, as soon as I crossed the white line, all the nerves and the worry went.
So did you start feeling comfortable there, or were you always uncomfortable during the build-up to a match or an innings?
Yeah,
or
I mean, nervous disposition, whatever you want to call it, and that never went away. You know, from the first day to the last here, that never went away. But you get more experienced as time goes on, and you learn to look after yourself, and you know your emotions, and you work from there, don't you?
I suppose so. Were the nerves worse, or was it just always the same, whether you were playing for England in a World Cup or whatever?
No, it was no different, whether it was Grattan Hall under 21s or the World Cup final in '92, it was just the same. And when I walked on the field, it was just the same the other way. So
you've got a phenomenal record in terms of performance and longevity, really. You played in 3 World Cups. That World Cup final in '92, you were playing against one of your best mates in the game, in Wasim, and you very nearly got England over the line.
I mean, it was a...
Would that be one of the greatest and worst days of your cricketing?
Without doubt. Without doubt. You know, at that point we played here for 5 years together, and we've become great friends, as you say. And that day we actually before knock-ups was lunch, and we actually sat opposite each other at lunch, and then we did our training, we went out, had a net, etc., etc. And then he threw me a few balls into the net. And then the game started. Obviously, he came in and got 50 when they were struggling, got them up to a good score. We were doing all right, and then he came back onto bowl. And we talked about him, you know, and I had to obviously talk about him and what do we do if it starts swinging, and all I could say was make sure you play with a full face. If you're trying to run anything down and it's swinging, it's
playing with half a bat at your peril.
Yeah. So it was full face, and Alan Lamb and I had got a partnership going. He came back on and he bowled 2 Jaffas in 2 balls, bowled around the wicket away swinger to Lammy, knocked his off pole over, and then he bowled a massive in swinger to Chris Lewis. And bowled him. So his hat-trick ball was the first ball of the next over, and I was on strike. And he used to have different ways of presenting the ball. And he got to here, and I knew he was going to bowl me an in-swinger on the hat-trick ball. But it was that quick, and it swung that far that it basically hit me on the pad. It was just going down leg stump, and it hit me before I was ready to play it, and I looked up, and he was there, and we just smiled at each other, and that was his hat-trick ball in the World Cup final.
I mean, he was that performance alone sets him apart from most other cricketers, but he was phenomenal. You say he had different ways of presenting the ball. He had a bit of a bunch of flowers, didn't he, when he, you know, and sort of reversed his wrist.
Yeah.
But it all happened so quickly that you couldn't. I fielded at slip all the time, really. But everything happened so quickly. It was just on. The ball was on you. You'd been batting for an hour, and you said the ball.
Hit me.
Why was that?
I don't know. I mean, that day when he ran in, you knew that people were in trouble. There were days when he'd not jogging, but he wouldn't be at full speed. But he had such a quick arm and shoulder action that he got it down and through rapidly. But that particular day, you watched footage of him running in during that little spell, and he was charging in. And I can we played on some hard, fast wickets, didn't we?
We did.
And I can remember you and Warren standing miles away when he was bowling.
Oh yeah, we were a good pitch length back, probably more.
More, I would say.
Yeah, 25 yards back.
Yeah, which was great. But,
I was hoping that Warren would dive in front of me.
He did a few times.
He did.
So to play with him and to play with Clive was great for all of us. It was fantastic. But you say Clive became an adopted Lancastrian. Well, so did Waz.
He did,
without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
And every time he comes back here, it's a joy to see him. And he's so well loved.
I think we've been very fortunate in Lancashire that we've had Clive Farouk as well alongside Clive, who still lives down the road. Wazim, every one of the long-serving and some of the shorter-serving overseas players has always seemed to regard this as home.
Yeah. I mean, back early in my time, Stephen Jeffries.
Oh yeah, Jeff.
Jeff, he was a great man, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
And he only had a couple of years with us, didn't he?
He wasn't dissimilar to Waz when he got it right, was he? Left arm, swung it.
Yeah, he wasn't quite as wasn't quite as sharp, was he?
No.
And then I guess the other standout during my period, he wasn't here that long, was Murley.
Oh, true. Yeah.
And did Murley play 2 or 3 years? And he was another great man. Absolute cricket badger. Came to play for Lancashire and knew what all the county players were, how they played. Incredible the knowledge he had and what he was reading up on just county players. And his first 2 games, his first game for us was at Southport, and I think it was against Warwickshire. He got 16 wickets in the game and we lost. And then we had 2 days off, and the second game he got 14 wickets and we lost. So he got 30 wickets in 2 championship games, and the rest of us had done rock all.
It's interesting you say this. Lancashire was hugely successful from '88 till you finished 2002. Certainly in white ball or one-day cricket, as it was then. Why didn't we win the championship?
I don't know.
Because the size.
It wasn't for the lack of trying.
No.
It actually wasn't for the lack of trying. And we got close. I think we were runners up 3 or 4 times, and never quite got over the line.
Well, yeah. You and I have probably puzzled over this for years. Not much point puzzling over it. We didn't get there.
No, it didn't happen.
We got close, and that was it. You also hold a record, couple of records actually. You've scored more runs on Old Trafford than any other cricketer. Do you know
that? I do know.
Not
that.
First class, but because you've played so many one-day games.
No, I do know that, and it's a nice little.
Is it ever?
It's a nice
phenomenal.
little thing, yeah. But we played on some good wickets. We had the best groundsman in the world. You were in Peter Marin,
and you had a very good relationship and friendship with Pete, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
You encouraged him obviously to make good flat batting pitches. I was looking at Glenn Chappell's record here, who played 20 years, obviously, and he was a fantastic bowler, and he averages 32 here.
Does he?
With the ball, which is high.
Yeah.
Everywhere else he's in the low 20s.
Yeah.
But they were phenomenal pitches, weren't they?
Yeah, but when Chappie started, 92? That was in the midst of really good wickets. There were quick wickets, bouncy wickets, but there was no sideways movement.
No.
And once you got in, then it was great to play your shots. And I think that period was when we had those two different one-day teams, or different teams, not one-day teams. So we had the team from, let's say, 88 when we won that Refuge Cup to 91.
Yeah.
And then we had a transition period, and then we came again in 95, 96, 97, 98. And then at the end of 98, Fred came along and was part of that 98 team, and then it went from there. So there were two distinct good periods during my time. And there was an overlap of one or two people.
Let's just move on slightly. And you've been involved in the game for 40 years. And you've just mentioned Fred, Andrew Flintoff, who you managed as well and played alongside. Who are the finest cricketers in that time, both when you were playing and subsequently? Because you're fortunate enough to...
What, here? Or...?
No, I think generally. But we'll start with here. Who would you say, if you had to pick one player, and I'm not talking about an overseas player for here, a homegrown Lancashire player, who's the most influential, best player in that 40 years?
I think I have to mention two or three, I think. I think Mike Atherton was a fantastic batsman. So was John Crawley. I thought John was an unbelievable player. So if there's two Lancastrian batsmen, I think they're the two that just stand out. Skill-wise, Glenn Chappell as a quick bowler, not just because you sat here, as somebody that got absolutely the most out of their ability, gave everything that they could every day for the club. So I think you two as bowlers stand out. For longevity, Mike Watkinson played for 20 years as an all-rounder, and then latterly bowled some spin as well. So, you know, those are five names, and then you can't not mention Warren Hegg as well, who kept wicket for probably, I don't know, 16, 17 years for the club, and was one of the great Lancastrians.
Never saw him drop a catch.
Ever?
No, I didn't. But you must have dropped the odd one, but I never saw him. And we still keep producing players. I mean, as we're both well aware, there is a huge amount of talent around the northwest of England, and that we still produce right up to the present day. We now have Liam Livingston and Saqib Mahmood and Matthew Parkinson. George Balderson is another one off. I won't call it a production line, but they're all destined, hopefully, to be top quality Lancashire players.
It shows that the club is set up reasonably well, doesn't it? And you know, I love coming down here now and watching these lads play, and I love 2020 cricket as well.
Yeah, I think you'd have been quite good at that, to be honest.
So you know, I do love watching these lads play. 2020 cricket, just going back to that for a second, I remember there was an extraordinary AGM at Birmingham in, what year would that have been?
What, the PCA?
Yeah, and there was a vote on 2020 cricket, and every county cricketer in the country was in the room, and it was unbelievably split on would 2020 cricket work.
Well, it was treated as a joke, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was early on.
It was just, nobody was really interested, thought it'll be a bit of a passing fad. And now look at it, look where we are.
Well, it's brought the game on in many respects.
Yeah. Talking about bringing the game on, where do you see the game going? I mean, red ball cricket in terms of test cricket seems to be becoming concentrated really between England, Australia, India, and that's about it. The other countries, New Zealand obviously world test champions, but they you know, and they're in the process of demolishing South Africa. But where do you see red ball and white ball cricket? Is white ball cricket preeminent now?
I would say white ball cricket has certainly drawn up level with Test cricket, and you know, we now have young pros who are being brought up on one-day cricket, really, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
You know, back in our day, one-day cricket was very much underneath Championship cricket. Now it's certainly, I would say, drawn alongside, and if the governors of the game are not careful, it's going to take over completely.
Mm. You say that, and yet I remember our successes in one-day cricket and that instant hit of adrenaline and joy when you seem to outweigh the success and feelings that you had for red ball cricket.
Yeah, I mean, because we won, I think.
Yeah,
we won, and you're right. You know, sat in the changing room after we'd won a close one-day game. It was fantastic, wasn't it?
Mm.
And we'd all be sharing a beer and whatever else. I think the satisfaction of getting I'm only talking from batsman's perspective, the satisfaction of getting 100 in Championship cricket was also immense.
Mm.
But so was the satisfaction of being in at the end to see your team home in a one-day game.
Mm.
And clearly, the grounds were full in those days for one-day cricket as well, weren't they?
Mm.
So, you know, we were playing to big crowds, which always gets the adrenaline going as well. And we certainly enjoyed our successes, didn't we?
We did. You've had a hugely successful career, both on and off the field. Do you have any regrets about your playing career? I would think you'd obviously want to have played more Test matches.
Yeah, you know, there's probably not many people that don't have the odd regret, is there?
No.
You know, there's not many. And clearly, I played, in my mind, only 10 Test matches, and would love to have done better, of course. But then you look at the whole thing and you think, when you were starting out, if you'd have played for 20 years and you'd have played 100 times for England, would you have been satisfied at the start? And of course the answer to that is yes. So I don't think there's much point regretting things. Much easier and happier to think back and look at the good things.
Neil, thanks very much for chatting to us, and wish you all the best in the coming years and your still long association with cricket.
Thank you.
It's incredible. You don't see any other regions doing something like this, so it's like I said, such a privileged position. And obviously there's so much excitement about women's cricket in India at the moment with the WPL going on. Obviously we've got Sophie Eccleston representing Thunder over there and Tara Norris as well, and they've both done brilliantly, so it'll be nice to catch up with them. But yeah, it feels like a really great time to be going to places like that and being a female cricketer, and hopefully we can make the most of it and, you know, get stuck into the conditions and I think just get some learning done, because that's what pre-season tours are about.
The training sessions that we had in Dubai, the Sevens ground at the ICC Academy was absolutely fantastic. We obviously played 3 games there and played some really good cricket. So we're really happy with how the players have developed, really, across a fairly long and intense winter.
Exciting for me personally, like being born here. It brings back a lot of memories. It's quite a special place for me, but especially for the girls, like having experienced these conditions or this type of culture. But everyone's really embraced it and absolutely been loving it out here. Not seen my family in a very long time. It's been 7 years, and for them to just come out and like watch me play and watch the girls play and just see what I do, it's really special.
Why are you going so fast and let you got down yet? Oh, we're going together.
Obviously it's quite famous for its spin tracks, and you know the facility we got was absolutely fantastic.
I mean, last year we were competitive in the vast majority of games, and we're unfortunate not to get over the line and get a few more wins. I'm hoping this year we can do that and really push on. And today is around our approach and our mindset. Our focus can only be on performance and making the best of today. Basil, the few things that you want to share about this ground, etc., isn't it?
For me, I remember coming here with England, and the reason why we come here and train is because they took 10 Dulkers from here. That's got some real legacy to it.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
I'm so ready.
Looking forward to captaining, are we?
Yeah, I am actually. Yeah. I've never done it before. Something different.
Terrific. all-round performance. Even when things go slightly against us, we're not losing the fight, we're staying in it and showing a lot of character. The way we've gone about this business today is nothing short of outstanding in terms of batting, without a shadow of any doubt. But that's the way we need to play cricket, and that's really important. We keep moving on. Another game in 2 days' time. We're playing the women's state team.
One last thing, always celebrate 100.
Yeah.
You look like synchronised swimmers. It's been absolutely amazing. I think it's just good to get some cricket outdoors and put everything what we've done in the winter into practice, and it's been really good. It's been a really good tour and we've got a lot out of it as a team. We've got a few new players, a few fresh faces over the winter, and I think just playing outdoors has been great, so we know like how each other works, and yeah, it's definitely brought us all together as a team, definitely a lot closer now.
The signing of the 3 players have made such an impact by way of maturity and cricket experience, which is rubbing off throughout the winter on the rest of the young players, and I think that's a really good thing, and I think bodes well for hopefully will be a really positive summer, but really strong foundation.
I think if you'd said 2 weeks ago that we'd have won 4 out of 5 games, we'd have probably taken it. But I think more importantly, like the way we've gone about our cricket these last 2 weeks is exactly what we've spoken about for the winter and also for the last few years. So I think from my point of view, it's been brilliant to see. It's been brilliant to see different people contributing as well.
In those moments, that's where we just need to be brave. We talk about being fearless. It's still hitting the ball hard.
As we say, it's a tour to start getting closer and closer to the season, so for me, we're on the right track. I've absolutely loved it, and thank you very much for having the season.
Been involved in the game a long time. We're in the England women's cricket team in 2014. My job is to help the transition of that from amateur to professional. We're doing the same thing here at Lancashire with the Thunder. But the support that Hilton's offered us has been absolutely fantastic, and it makes such a difference, because to be travelling, it's not just a cricket development opportunity, which clearly we've taken that with both hands, but also it develops the players as people. Players have really bought into the training here, but also the culture and the people of Mumbai. It's been a fantastic experience. Look, I'm a big believer that anything's possible. I think it'll be a really positive season, and we're going to really look to push and just see if we can surprise a few teams and see where we can get.
Hi and welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford with me, Paul Allott, for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. This week I'm delighted to say that we have got the Managing Director of England Men's Cricket with us in the studio. It's a very warm welcome to Rob Key. Rob, great to see you. I didn't think I'd ever see you in this role, to be perfectly honest, having worked with you in various locations around the country, commentating for Sky. But here you are, and I must say that now we're into July, you've had a very interesting and successful start to your career, or your new career. What was it that finally made you take the role?
I did, well, you didn't think I'd do this. If you'd have asked me this at Christmas time, I'd have thought, what are you talking about? There's no chance I'd be on the other side of the fence being an administrator. I mean, I love doing the job I had for Sky. I never thought in a million years. The only reason I thought I wouldn't be doing that is if I'd got sacked, to be honest, or I'd done something, or whatever had happened. So it was sort of after the Ashes, and you know what it's like, we used to do it all the time, and you're always sitting around because we love cricket. And we'd be in the back of the commentary box and be trying to work out, you know, oh, what would you do? You do this, or why don't we do this, or why don't they do that? And then it was sort of Strauss, he'd asked me if I would be interested in the role, and I sort of thought, yeah, I suppose so. But never really thought that anything would come of it. But the thing that I suppose was the defining factor in it all was that now I feel like you've got some skin in the game. Now I feel, when you're on TV, you're coming up with a lot of ideas, but really, you might never know if they work or not. And you're never really sort of under pressure in that regard to see if your views have any meaning or if they're right. And what I felt is that on this side of the fence, you're going to be tested, it's going to be a challenge, but also you've got a chance to do some good for English cricket. And I suppose that was the overriding factor, really. It was just to see if I could do any good in the game, if I could actually help out on that side of it.
Was there a deep breath moment or a gulp when you actually realised, I am actually doing this job now, so now I've got to really perform and I've got to put those thoughts that I have into action, into practice?
I think when I was on the train that first day, because, you know, working in TV again, there's a lot of time you're very, very busy. There's a lot of time when you're off as well. And then all of a sudden I thought, hang up, I'm going to be sort of flat out now. And I was on the train from Canterbury or Ashford to London on that first day, just after Easter, and I'd sort of said to Tom Harrison, yeah, I'll do it. I'll start on Tuesday. That was the Thursday I said I'd do it. So 4 or 5 days later, I'm like, oh my God, I'm doing this now. And then you sort of go into Lords and you get in, right, this is how it all works. And there was no one really in because either they're hybrid working or people are on leave for Easter. And I remember thinking, do you know what, I've no idea what this job actually is. But the greatest thing, I suppose, is the position that England are in, where Ashley Giles, Chris Silverwood, Graham Thorpe were no longer there. There was no national selector. So it was very clear, actually. It didn't really matter. All the administrative side of stuff I didn't have to worry about at that point, because I had to find coaches, find a captain, and then still we're looking for a selector, but I'll get round to that. So there was a very sort of clear focus on what I had to do. So it wasn't too bad.
No, and the best point, I suppose, or perhaps the worst point, depends how you look at it, was that you were starting, as you've said, with a clean slate, but you were starting with England at a very low position in red ball cricket, because they'd had a horrendous winter, and as you've said, lost the higher ranking individuals, either had been removed before you came along, and you had no captain. So from your point of view, the only way is up.
Well, and that was the same actually when we're interviewing coaches, because what we didn't do was say, right, we think you're going to be white ball, you're going to be red ball. We just sort of asked the field, you know, and people obviously applied for the job, and so.
Well, sorry for interrupting, but you say that now because it's pretty self-evident that's. But did you really, truly, and honestly go in with a completely open mind? And we'll talk specifically about Brendan McCullum, because he had no pedigree as a red ball coach. He didn't have much pedigree as a coach. He'd coached in T20 franchises. So you say that now, but really, did you honestly think, I'm going to walk out of this room and Brendan McCullum's going to be my red ball coach?
Well, very early on, I thought that Brendan McCullum was one of the front runners for me. You know, forget about what everyone else thought. I always thought Brendan McCullum, but even before I was doing this job, I always thought and I knew him a little bit, not a lot actually. We'd done a bit of commentary together. And I'd watched and I'd listened to the Cowdrey lecture and I'd watched what New Zealand did. And all you ever really want, I think, in anything is you want people who are aligned to your philosophy and the way you think and the way that you think the game should be played. And I was very clear on that, and that's what I wanted. And then you sit down and you interview, and there's loads of interviews we did with lots of different people. And you sort of work out who's most attuned to what you think. Because if you don't have that alignment in anything, then there's real trouble. I think that's where problems come. If you have a coach and captain who aren't aligned, if you have a managing director who's not aligned, if there's someone who has a different way of doing things, and that doesn't mean you can't challenge each other and have disagreements, that's not it at all, but your basic philosophy is the same. And that's what Brendan McCullum had. I had two choices, I saw it. I either had the England team in Test cricket needed someone who was going to be really tough on them, really hard, be like a drill sergeant, who was going to give no quarter, or they needed someone who was going to try and take the pressure off and try and get the best out of them in that way, not be by being soft on them, because actually Brendan McCullum takes no quarter at all. If there's anything that he's not happy with, then he's going to make sure he will pull those people up on it. But it was about how do you get the best out of these people, and that was my view. And that's when I spoke with Brendan, that's exactly how he saw it as well. And that was my sort of theory. I felt that England cricketers had a lot of people, and this is our culture, telling them what you can't do. Oh, I'll be careful of this. Don't do that. Oh, you can't do that. The problem is that's not particularly inspiring. And Brendan McCullum is the opposite of that. He sort of tries to broaden your horizons to what you can do.
So you had this debonair, dashing blueprint whirring around in your mind, thinking, this is really the way I want English red ball cricket to go. And Brendan McCullum was the man that sparked that for you? Or did you spark it and see him as being the ideal, well, he can't be a catalyst, but innovator, if you like?
Well, yeah, he's the one. The only thing I would say, and that's why both of us, Brendan and myself, I'm against it at all, but we don't use the Bazball comment, because what it's not, to me, you said it there, it is not about just playing shots and being aggressive. It's actually, how do you get seriously talented cricketers to make the most? You just get out of their way a little bit and you try and free them up. In a world now where there are so many people telling you what you can't do, whether that's in whatever you do, whether you're in politics or anything, and it's in our culture a bit, where I found it actually really fascinating. So we played against New Zealand in a manner, in a style, which actually Joe Root wasn't slogging. Johnny Bairstow, people, they haven't been slogging in that regard.
You could have lost a couple of those games just as easily as you've ended up winning them.
Absolutely.
Let's be realistic about it.
Absolutely, but it's not about just going out there and being ultra aggressive. And what I found really interesting was that, so we won against New Zealand, and then straight away I was like, yeah, but that won't work against India. And it won't work against...
Who was telling you that?
No, in the media. You sort of read and everything, you know. And but that's what I think we do. That's what I do.
They're going to get their comeuppance. It's all going to go wrong.
Which there's every chance that might happen. But why are we getting so far ahead of ourselves? Let's concentrate and focus on what we can control now, today, which is very much Brendan and Stokes' thing. It's like, let's go out and entertain people today, not worry about the future. And it's the same thing, you know, we've got our plans in mind, and there's a hell of a lot of thought that goes into what these guys have done. And it's the same thing, you know, and then it's like, we beat India, and it's like, now it's, yeah, but this won't work against Australia. And it's like, no, okay, it might not, but that's not an inspiring message to give. That's fine for everyone else to be talking about that. But in our dressing room, we've got to be talking about what people can do, how you can succeed, what is possible, not living in this world that we do a bit of, oh yeah, but you can't do this. Yeah, but you can't hit on the up. You can't do that to so-and-so. It's like, all right, guys, yeah, we know that.
Excuse the pun then. What is the key to exploring this self-expression for the players? Because it's the same players that were played through the winter in a completely different environment, obviously, but they've been allowed to come out and express themselves. How have you managed to turn that
Well, what I would say is that's my theory. How Brendan and Stokesy have done it really is the key, and it's little things. It's how do you give people confidence? The game, as you know, as everyone who's played any sport knows, we're different players when we're confident. You know, look at the white ball side here. We've had a tough time against tough oppositions, you know, but they're just lacking that little bit of confidence. But that will come back, and they'll fly again because there's some seriously good players in that. And I watched, so it's the language and the terminology that's used in the dressing room from them. It's not a negative, you know, oh, be careful of this, watch out for that, don't do this on here. And it's little things really, like Alex Lees, for example, who had played fairly in a stodgy manner in the Caribbean. Mm-hmm. And he got 20 odd in the second innings at Lord's. And Joe Root had played brilliantly. Joe Root had won the game with a fantastic 100. You know, and a game that was in the balance, and Ben Folkes had played really well. So it was obvious that those guys had been the standouts. But Stokes, he sort of made a real point with Alex Lees in the dressing room afterwards, and just like, Alex, the way you went and played there, that intent you showed, that's what we want. That's the best I've ever seen you play for England. So they're giving full clarity on how they want someone to play, which actually, if you look at it, at times when I was playing, we lived in a world where coaches were constantly saying, don't play that shot. You know, if you look to leave, you know, just don't play outside off stump, just leave that ball. But when you do that, the best way, as we all know, to do it is to think positively about it, to look to score and then leave. And it's that sort of thing that they've been talking about. And the same with Johnny, who actually had played a big shot at Lord's in the second innings. He came out playing, shot a ball, and he got out, sort of drove a couple, then he went once more and he got bowled. Now, a lot of people would have actually said, what are you doing there? That was the last ball of his spell. Switch on. You know, why don't you think about that? Why did you do that? Don't do that again. Whereas actually what they did, they turned and said, the way you played there, that's what we're about. There's more of that. So whether they thought that was the right thing he did there or not, but actually the next time, how much more confidence do you feel with that? And it's those things. And the same with the ball to Jimmy Broady. It's not being about like, if we look to keep the scoreboard under control and we look to, you know, if we don't let the batsman score, then we'll get wickets. Actually, it's very simple, their thing is, it's like, we look to take wickets with the ball. And you have to, and Brendan sort of says everything better than me, but it's like, you have to be malleable enough to change the plan when the team requires it, you know, and do what Ben's asking as the captain and what the team wants you to do. And they've loved it because actually it's like taking away some of the fear of going for a few runs. But you can still, with that, you look to take wickets, but you also still look to stop them scoring. It's just not your primary objective. So you're giving everyone more options. And there's something in it for everyone. It does not mean that if you're a less aggressive player that there's not a place for you in this team. No, that's not the case. This might hopefully just bring more out of you because it's just freeing you where you're not living in this world of don't do this.
It's very clear that there's an awful lot of enthusiasm from within you, which obviously transfers through to your lieutenants, and I use that term not as an insult, but and I think whatever else you've done and you've transformed, I'm saying you, but there has been a transformation in the way Test cricket has been played. It sent out a message not only to England but to the rest of the world about the way the game is played, and it's captured the imagination of the cricket watching and the sports watching public. That must gratify you.
Yeah, I've loved that fact, but that's all down to Ben and the way that, and Brendan in particular, because it's little things to me. Sport is not just about winning. I know we sort of tell our kids, and I get really annoyed when people sort of say, no, it's the taking part. No, I'm not saying that at all. But actually there is a style and a way. This is meant to be entertainment. You know, most people aren't fortunate enough to be professional cricketers. They've got proper jobs, real lives, real struggles, and actually cricket's the thing they want to watch to get away from that. You know, it's the escape, and we're in these guys playing for England are in a privileged position to be able to try and entertain them. So when you go to Trent Bridge, and I wouldn't have done it, you know, because I don't think like that, but what Brendan said at tea about on that last day about we're going, what do they need, 160 or something?
Yeah,
I was in Holland. I was in Holland
tonight.
actually.
Is that it?
No, it was the last day at Trent Bridge.
Oh,
The game was in the balance. Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes were in, and there were 160 needed. What's that? Probably 6 wickets left. And at tea, most of us, as you would know, in the dressing room as a captain, we go, let's just have a look here, lads. You know, let's just see what's going on.
Yeah.
Whereas Brendan and Ben were like, we're winning this game. And and I don't know exactly, but Brendan was like, I'll take responsibility. If we don't win this, I'll take responsibility. I don't care what it's on me, whatever. We're going out to win this no matter what. You know, and that clarity, and then Johnny goes out and plays the way he did. Now, when you look back on that, with a packed house on the last day at Trent Bridge, the only thing that we couldn't have done there was, the only thing that was the wrong thing to do with hindsight was to block out for the draw. I think we would have got more respect and more belief almost from the fans, the crowds, in the way that we went and played that game and the fact we gave it a go. And if it hadn't worked, I still think people would have been proud actually of what they tried to do. The fact we actually went and won it and Johnny played that unbelievable innings and Ben did, it then sort of captured the imagination even more. But that's what this is, you know, you and I have done it. This is not life and death, you know, and yet we treat it at times in professional sport like it's a proper job, and it's not. It's like, this is the best time of your life as a 20 plus something. Make the most of it.
Let's just take it down a level, because the message is very clear, I think, that we now want and expect county cricket, red ball cricket, to follow and think about, or certainly think about and hopefully follow, the example that's been set in the last 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
And let's not forget we're doing this for Lancashire TV, so there's an awful lot of county supporters watching this. How is this going to impact on the counties and in terms of play?
Yeah.
But also, and we'll come on to this perhaps in a little bit more detail in a minute, about the impact that England has on county cricket. Let's do the first bit first, about the way we play. And you have been, I'm not sure critical is the right word, you have been realistic in your comments about county cricket and the pitches we play on. And of course, being here at Emirates Old Trafford, we tend to look at this in shock and horror, because we are pleased to have one of the best grounds in the world here. And the pitches are good, and you would know that. And if every county pitch was like this, I don't think you'd have a complaint. But so how is this going to transform English county cricket as well? How's it going to affect county cricket?
Well, similar. I mean, that again, because people would say, why is it important? Surely it's just important about winning. Yeah, okay. Why do you need a brand? Why do you need a style of play or whatever? But it's like, well, if you look at what the white ball team did, it wasn't about winning the World Cup. What Owen Morgan did and Trevor Bayliss was that they changed the way, a mentality as much as anything, for our white ball game. And now you look at probably every county, every club, that way of playing has filtered down. So now we have so many batsmen coming through that play in that method. You know, these young players, now you could argue it's an easier way to go about things in white ball cricket. It's not quite as straightforward in Test cricket, which is true. So you hope it has a knock-on effect, that it inspires a few people to want to play the longest form, and actually that there is a way that, Test cricket or the longer form of cricket does not mean you have to defend your wicket like it's your life, is the thing. Whether it does, we'll wait and see, but you're absolutely right. Then the other part of that is other things that it's not quite under me, but it's in my sort of remit, but it's something that I have an influence in, I'd like to think, is things like pitches. And to be fair, this year the pitches have all seemed better. And that's a big thing, and you're absolutely right. Here is probably one of the best, if not the best, wickets in the country, because of one thing, really. It's got pace and bounce. And it's not with pace and bounce because it's left so much grass on it that it goes everywhere. And the reason why I think it's so important, because you find out who the best bowlers are, because you've got to be a proper bowler to bowl on that surface. If you're a spinner, you're going to get a bit out of it, but it's not going to be ridiculous. You're going to have to earn your time. And if you're a batsman, you're going to have to bat well to score runs on it. And that, then, when you look at this year where the wickets have been better, whether it's the ball or whatever have you, look at Potts. Because it's a good decision getting pots. And he plays with Stoke, so that's lucky.
We've seen him for a while.
Correct.
You and I, we've seen him play county cricket for 3-4 years.
Correct.
And he's been not a total standout, but he's somebody you tick.
But also, because he's done it at a time when it's really tough to be a bowler, this year when no one else was getting wickets, he's learned. All that means is to be successful, you have to be more accurate. You have to do something with the ball. And then it's an easy selection because he's getting 7-fers, and we've seen him, and Mo Bobat, who's the performance director, has seen him from under-19 cricket. So there's this whole pathway in place, and then because he's played in the right conditions, his game leaps forward. And it's the same. There's been so many players like that. I mean, we picked the white ball squads. Like Gleeson.
Mm. That's been miraculous the way he's come back into the game. He's hardly bowled a ball for 2 years. And he bowls 93 mile an hour guns now.
I know, and then you must be frustrated as ex-director of cricket thinking, if only we'd had him for 2 years. But that's the investment that you guys have put in that's now going to benefit English cricket. Fingers crossed. But that's, he's learning in conditions that, it's like when they played it, that was great. He did it against India and that batting lineup. On those conditions, it's like,
he's got himself an IPL contract now, hasn't he? Well, it'll be close anyway.
But you know what I mean? Like, if you do that, you've got to feel you've got to feel 10 foot tall.
I agree. It's a good point you make about promoting players or developing players to play international cricket. That is what counties are for. Generally, it should be one of their highest aims to produce the best quality cricketers that they can do. And then obviously there's a natural progression from county cricket into the international. The biggest frustration that supporters and counties have, I think, is that there appears to be, or has appeared to be, a lack of empathy with the counties from England. A particular case in point, the T20 competition that's just gone by, which is a good competition.
Yeah.
And from my mind should be promoted a little bit more than it is. But we had a great set of quarterfinals, semi-final, final.
Yeah.
All without the England players. There were 1 or 2 released.
Yeah.
Grant you that. But would that be a frustration for you that you can't release more? And is that something you might be looking to address?
That's something, again, with the schedule this year that has been a frustration, really, because generally, and what we've tried to do is release people as much as we can. So throughout those quarterfinals, I was constantly talking to the coaches, who were very good as well. We said, we don't want people sitting on the bench, which is a massive bonus this year from COVID times, when actually everyone had to stay there. And a lot of the time, people are still living in this COVID where, with the way that people did things back then, businesses and stuff like that, you don't have to keep people around. So what we've tried to do as much as we can is release people to play for their counties. And the problem's been when there's been a game the next day or something. Mm-hmm. And to the point even where we've said to them, I say, right, okay, we've got 3 ODIs, for example, coming up. Do you think that you're going to play every bowler? Is it realistic that every seamer is going to play every game? And we'd say, generally, you say, well, no, there's a chance that one might need to be rested here or there. I said, right, okay, let's try and make it so that if you're going to rest, let's say, I think it might be David Willey at some point. He's got finals day on the Saturday. Let's rest him for that Sunday so then he can go and do that. So we've tried as much as we can to do that. And what we're trying to do is make sure that in so many instances, the schedule's a schedule at the moment. That's something it's not what we necessarily do, but
you'll have an influence over it, though.
Well, you hope so, yes, going forward.
Yeah.
And this year's been particularly tough because we had that India test match that was a make-up test from this one. We've got to go to Holland because we didn't go during COVID time. So you hope that we can get that better in the future. But generally, we sort of have tried as much as we can. And what we want to do, actually, and we're trying to do, is when we have the conversations about the various players, whether it's centrally contracted ones, which Lancashire have a lot, what we're trying to do is actually work with the counties. So actually to sit round together with Chile, Chappie, the S&Cs, the physios, the people on our side, and actually say, well, what do we all think is best for this player? You know, what do we all think is best for Joss Butler or whoever, Liam Livingstone, whoever it is, and then come up with something that works so that we can give some ownership back to the counties to say, you know, you guys, you producing these players, keep going with it. How can we help rather than us telling you what to do all the time?
That's really good, and what I would have hoped you would do and expect from you. Let's just talk a little bit about the structure. There's going to be a review, or there's an ongoing review. The structure is a thing that frustrates not only players and administrators, and probably you and me, but also member supporters. Would you consider, and are you considering, reducing the number of county games, which I think would be a good thing, and reducing the red ball games perhaps to a division of 12 and 6, and have 11 games in the first division, and then for the white ball T20 just reduce that a little bit, and 50 over, and that may be your most contentious area, given one or two comments that have been passed over the last couple of weeks. Wasim Akram said it's probably on its way out. We all thought about that actually in 2015 when the competition was in Australia, and Brendan McCullum, no less, resurrected the way to play 50 over cricket. So no, we're going back a bit now, 7 years. Anyway, so in terms of the domestic structure, for me it has to change, and it has to be streamlined, and there has to be more time made. Now you can't make time, so what you do, you take games out of it to create time. Or have I answered your question?
No, I think you've answered your own question. No, what it is, there's two things. That the high performance review is not just a domestic structure review, and at the moment where there's lots of that, you've got the first class counties chairman, you've got the CEOs, you've got various different groups that we're all sort of getting. We're canvassing opinions really to try and work out what everyone who's got a stake in the game really thinks the best thing to do is. So we're not at the point where we're saying you're going to reduce games, you're going to have more games, less games or anything. We're at the point now where we're trying to, because what we want to really do is take the game with us with this, rather than actually just do it to the game, just say, right, this is what's happening, this is what you're going to do. So whether it is less games, more games, whether it's whatever, that part is what's being thrown around at the moment, trying to work out the best way, along with so much of what is high performance. How can we help to make more pitches like Old Trafford? How can you help under-19 cricket? All these things are getting thrown into the mix. And at some point over the next month or two, we'll start firming up some ideas. But lots of suggestions are in the melting pot at the moment. And I genuinely, I'm not trying to hide anything, I couldn't tell you how it's going to end up. There's lots of different ideas. But as you know as well, it's incredibly tough to work out exactly the best way for everyone. But I also think there's part of it that's got to be how can the England team and the England setup help county cricket as well, not actually it's county cricket's job to help us all the time. So I don't know where that's going to end up at the moment, but that's all the things you've spoken about are in the melting pot.
Let's just move on quickly to white ball cricket. You've had a wonderful, I can't say honeymoon period, that's rubbish, but you've had a great start to your red ball performances. White ball's been difficult and is probably destined to get a little bit more difficult before it gets better, because you've got new personnel in Matthew Mott's come in, he's lost his captain, you've lost your talismanic all-rounder in Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting one for you, because you were obviously charged, or you thought that red ball cricket would be
the easy one,
and the white ball will just take care of itself. Ain't working that way at the moment, is it?
No, but the one thing I would say about that is that one, I didn't know that Owen Morgan was going to, but Morgan's never gave me a guarantee that he was going to do it, and I always felt that he would do what he felt was right, not for him, for English cricket actually. So, you know, Joss has come in, who I think is an outstanding captain, and from dealing with him, he's been fantastic. They've just played against a very, very good side in India, where the ball did actually more than they were expecting. You know, the injuries to our bowlers hasn't hit us in Test cricket at all because we've got Anderson Broad and then Potts has come about, so we've not really felt it at all. And we felt it a bit more in white ball cricket, and the batsmen haven't quite been at their best. And a lot of that could be down the pitch at the Oval had a bit more in it, all those things, you know, there's probably lots of different factors. But when I look at teams, what concerns me more is when you don't have the resource, i.e. you don't have the cattle, you don't have the players. But I look at our batting lineup at Bairstow, you know, you've got Bairstow, Roy, Joe Root, whoever these people are, Josh Butler, Liam Livingstone, Salt. There's all these guys. You've got Brooke knocking around. You've got so many to choose from. They'll find form at some point. So I'm quite pleased. I'd much rather we'd played against like a team like that Indian team. And we'd have seen the Gleesons and the people, and Chris Jordan bowled well, Topley bowled well. We started to find out about people properly against a good side, rather than playing someone or a team that were nowhere near as good as us, and we just blitzed through them and we wouldn't learn anything. So I've been quite pleased actually that we're in this period of play. And I also think, you know, people forget, you know, Joss, Matthew Mott, you're quite right. It's going to take them a little bit of time to make it their team and find their rhythm. People forget, you know, Morgs captained England in the World Cup in 2015 as well, and it took him a little while to find his voice and the way that he wanted people to go about it. I think Joss will find that quickly, and it won't take long before they start taking it to another level. There's two seriously good people there with Joss and Matthew Mott. So I'm actually, you know, I think we're in a better place in white ball cricket now than we were at the start of this competition because of some of these bowlers coming through. You know, and then you add to that into the mix, like you got Wokes, Archer, Wood, all these guys, and you think, hang up, you know, this is looking pretty good. We've got more options now than we did.
You've mentioned about 20 players there, which brings me to my next point, selection.
Yeah.
Because you haven't, I want to say haven't addressed it, you probably haven't needed to so far, but there is going to come a point where you're going to have to think about how you structure your selection.
Yeah.
And who is going to do that, and what sort of format it's going to take, how many people, etc.
Yeah.
Are you basically in charge of that at the moment, doing it off your own bat?
Yeah. So I'm effectively the head selector, and what we do is with each team at the moment. So you've got Ben, Brendan, myself as the vote, as it were, because what I like, I can't bear wasting time. So it's like if you all sit around and go, I want him, I want him, I want him, and you go, okay, we've all debated this for long enough. Who you having? Who you having? Who you having? Vote's done, then we move on. And there's been times actually where we haven't always agreed, and it's worked. It works well. And then you see where I'm very lucky, and I couldn't do this job. The performance director, who's been there for a while actually, Mo Bobat, who's an unsung hero actually of English cricket, who has done so much work behind the scenes, never really got any credit for it, from right back to working with Straussy when they set up this plan for England in white ball cricket, all of that. And Mo's fantastic, and he's on that panel. David Court as well, who's in charge of player ID. You've got a whole scouting network of people. I've got a good, you know, whether it's like contacts book in my phone, you know, I can speak to people, whether it's you, whether it's Bumble, whether it's Athnas, anyone around. I can speak to players about, you know, that I still know and say, what's it like facing Potts? So we've got this huge network of people. So it's not about like a head selector. It's someone who's going to actually facilitate that process, deal with the media, all those things. Because, you know, if I want to know about pathway cricket or the next best coming through, Mo, David Court,
you've got people
every scout,
they have people around you.
We've got great people, which I think is leadership actually. One thing I think I've got to be, I don't know how to really do emails properly. I don't know how to do a lot of stuff. But what I do think, I'd like to think I'm a decent judge of character and a person. And I just make sure I've got good people around me that can challenge me and make good decisions. And Mo's certainly been brilliant. The two of us have worked very well together, and that's really helped me. And a lot of the decisions have been joint in that regard. So the head selector or selector, however we slice it up, you know, is about the person that fits into that group. You know, the person that can help facilitate that, to be present at county games, to, you know, make sure that they're on tour at times, you know, so you're just keeping the process in check when I can't necessarily. So I can't tell you exactly where I'm at with it, we need someone, whether it's where exactly they fit into that is a different thing.
All in the fullness of time. Just to wrap this up, it's quite obvious from the way we've talked and the time we've taken, which time has flown, that you're hugely enthusiastic about English cricket, international cricket in all its forms, developmental cricket. How important is county cricket to you, the county system and the counties that provide all these players?
Well, you see, people at times when I was working for Sky, probably because I had to go up pitches or stuff like that, felt if I was anti, but actually this is where I'm from. I know more about, or I've got more of an affiliation to county cricket than a lot of people. I didn't play a huge amount of international cricket, but I also see the potential for county cricket. When I got into this job, you know, and people, I said, I remember people asking me about, well, will you be able to do this? Will you be able to do that? I said, I've got a downer on English cricket like a lot. It seems like a lot of people. I'm so optimistic about things. I look at the players that are coming through the county system. You know, as I said, there's so many good players coming through. I think it's hugely important, you know, because without that, you haven't got an England team really. So I'm incredibly optimistic, incredibly positive about county cricket and what it can provide.
Well, I think after this chat, there'll be an awful lot of people in the cricketing world hoping that you'll do as much as you can to safeguard the county cricket structure. Well, the structure will change, but the county cricket players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that generally, you know, we're that close in English cricket to having everything, to being really good at Test cricket, to being really good at white ball cricket as well. You know, and we're not far away. A little change of mentality here and there, and we're getting one step closer. And there's going to be a real rocky road ahead at times, I'd imagine, with this England team. And you know, it's not always going to be where they're winning and stuff like that. But as long as we keep that mentality right throughout English cricket, I think we've got a good chance.
Rob, thanks very much. You've started brilliantly as Managing Director of Men's Cricket. Let's hope it continues for many, many years to come. Thanks for being here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Cheers, Will.
if you give players the right level of help, you can help players who might have been fringe players become quality players.
Do you see the influence of the way that England have played in the last 6 months drilling down into the county game?
We can't just have a squad of players for Lancashire and expect them to all play for Lancashire all year. I was fairly argumentative as a youngster. I thought...
What do you mean as a youngster?
Not that I didn't believe in coaching. I was always prepared to listen to people I respected.
Where did the spark come from and why did you think you wanted to become a coach?
The concept of being a pro didn't really dawn on me until I was offered a contract. Not frustrated, but I was determined that we could go better than 4th place.
Does that rankle with you, that you never got more of an opportunity to play for England? If somebody had to say what defines Glen Chapel, that last game probably would be it. Hello and welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary. I'm delighted to say that my guest today is somebody who's been synonymous with Lancashire cricket since the early 90s. His connection has been unbreached since 1992. He is one of the county's best ever quick bowlers, taking 985 first-class wickets, captained the side to the county championship victory in 2011 and is now the head coach. It's a very warm welcome to Glen Chapel. Glen, I just get the feeling that with all your enthusiasm and having got to know you pretty well over the last 5 years or so, that you'd still be playing if you could.
Well, I was lucky enough to be able to play for a long time. The body didn't let me down. And I still have a bowl in the nets now and again. I don't think I'm up to standing out in the field and diving around, but yeah, I still enjoy the skill stuff.
But 24 years as a player is a phenomenal span, especially as an opening bowler. What fortified you through all that? Through obviously your early part of your career, it's all said and done, but through the latter part.
Yeah, well, I think in 24 years you change a lot in that time, and your outlook changes. From starting off being surprised that you're a professional cricketer and wondering what you're doing, to going through thinking halfway through I thought I've had a decent career now, but it's going to take a big effort to carry on. And as I played for longer, I seemed to get more and more resolved to carry on and sort of do something that I could be proud of at the end of it.
Jimmy Anderson, no less, said a couple of years ago, he said, "I've never played with anybody who works harder at his game." That's a fantastic testament to your time in the game and the attitude that you put into it.
Yeah, again, I think I realised as I moved through my career that you had to put the right kind of work in. I'm not sure about working harder, but I did work as hard as I deemed necessary. But it became, the work that you do is important. So if it's 10 minutes, it's 10 minutes. But if it's an hour, it's an hour. You need to prepare to play the next game you're going to play and to be able to get through a full season. And there's a lot of things around the edges of being a bowler that you need to pay attention to if you want to stay on the park. And that's just not the normal stuff. It's all the modern stuff that we do to prevent injury, to make certain areas of your body stronger.
Where did all this come from then? Because for a Lancastrian, which you're not because you were born in Skipton, and somebody who's grown up on the border of Lancashire and Yorkshire at Earby, what was your early influence in all this? Were your parents very instrumental in instilling in you a work ethic?
Yeah, well, work ethic, I think so, certainly. Certainly grounded people, but they were both involved in the cricket club down at Earby. Dad was a pro in the leagues, played for many years for Earby, Nelson, Darwin. And we were a family who just spent time at the club, really. I had a lot of friends there, so we were always there playing cricket, whether it be tennis ball, in the nets at night with the men. And in those days you would progress quite early, so I was playing at 6 in the under-12s, I was playing at 11 in the 3rd team, and there were no restrictions on anything, so it was just a life spent playing cricket basically.
Did you play at school?
No, only a couple of games. I think my school was more football. Played 2 games I think at school, won one against another team who didn't play, and then we played against Queggs in Blackburn and got beat by about 200 runs.
So you're very much a product of family, club and the Lancashire age group setup?
Yeah, absolutely. My school were very helpful. They were always keen to let me go to every representative fixture and training thing going. the representative stuff, because I lived on the border of Lancashire and Yorkshire, I went to school in Lancashire, which made me qualified for Lancashire schools. But the first instance I remember was our club having winter nets at Burnley, and there was a coach called Jim Kenyon.
Oh yeah.
Who was connected down here. So he brought me down, and that was my first connection to the club.
Jim Kenyon was one of the stalwarts of the coaching setup in Lancashire in the 80s and way before that as well. And he must have brought quite a few young cricketers into Lancashire's books, I would say. Yeah, there's a lot of players of certainly my era, older and younger, who have good things to say about Jim. So I remember him coaching me in a similar way to what my dad would do, you know, challenging you, can you do this? You know, what about the in-swinger? I want to see 3 out-swingers, all that stuff. So that's good coaching. You know, back in the day when coaching wasn't really a learned thing, it was just experienced cricketers helping lads along the way. Well, it wasn't an occupation then, was it,
No.
coaching? I mean, I think coaching has only really come into its own as a profession, if you like, probably during your time in the game. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. When I started, we basically had a manager, didn't we? We'd call him coach or manager. And again, he would help us become better at cricket. But a lot of the learnings were from your teammates as well in those days.
So you teammates, who were the biggest influences early in your career, apart from your dad, obviously?
Well, all the fellas I played with at the club. I mean, that was an enjoyable and tough school, you know, a lot of what you'd call sledging and grown-up stuff in the leagues, people falling out with each other, but that, you know, that sort of made you appreciate what playing cricket against adults is like. And then as you move through, I was lucky enough to play above age in age group cricket. So you look at, I played with people like John Crawley, 2 years older, Ronnie Irani, people like that. So you're constantly learning from people who are more advanced, if you like, with more experience. And then coming into Lancashire's team, that was pretty daunting in a way, because certainly early on in my career, I think we had everybody else in the first team had played for England. So we had a whole host of quality cricketers from overseas, as well as, you know, homegrown players, others, Neil Fairbrother. When I started, I think Neil Fairbrother was captain. Then we had Mike Watkinson, others, Graham
Gallian, Crawley.
Gallian, Crawley, De Freitas, Wasim Akram, obviously a key influence, Peter
Warren.
Martin, Warren Haig. I mean, the list goes on and on.
So how influential were your peers then? Because you didn't play. I hesitate to say this, but like any player who goes on and has a really substantial career, you didn't play many second team games.
No, a handful.
So you're learning on the job, basically.
Yeah, you are. I'd played second team from 16, briefly at 16, then more at 17. Joined the staff on a summer contract in '92. And I think the team was struggling with illness and injury and
old age.
And old age.
Me.
You were still around,
yes,
telling us what to do at Crosby one day.
I remember, yeah. God.
But I'd done well in the second team, and I was whisked off down to Hove to make my debut down there.
And when you came into the first team, it was predominantly as a bowler.
Yeah.
And obviously you were raw. But you would have had some thoughts and ideas about what your main strengths were. What were they?
I think my bowling was quite developed from a young age. I think at 13, 14, I had the skills and the accuracy required, probably better than most at that age. So I was always confident of those areas of my game. The bit I remember, and it's probably completely different to lads nowadays, is that I didn't have any contact with professional cricket as a youngster, because we lived quite a long way from Old Trafford. There was no thought to come and watch a game here. I think my first game that I watched, I was probably 16. Maybe watched a couple at Headingley when I was 9 or 10. But the concept of being a pro didn't really dawn on me until I was offered a contract. So that was the thing. Different to now, we've got the academy, we've got lads coming through who believe they've a chance to play professional cricket. Didn't really dawn on me till maybe when I went on the under-19s tour with England, and then getting the contract. So it was all pretty quick, and it's like, oh my word, you know.
There's already an element and a theme of being taught and self-reliant in your development. Would you say that that has carried through now into your coaching mantra, if you like, and your philosophy on coaching?
Well, I keep trying to learn and become more aware of certain things. Certainly as a young player, not that I didn't believe in coaching, we didn't know what it was to that degree. I was always prepared to listen to people I respected, rightly or wrongly. People I thought knew what they were talking about. But at the same time, I was fairly argumentative as a youngster. I thought
What do you mean as a youngster?
I did think I knew best quite a lot of the time. That's something I try my best not to let enter into my coaching theory. And as a coach now, I think where I'm at is that try and constantly make it about the player and the team rather than about yourself. Obviously, we still make mistakes, but I think that's the key. The players know a lot more than you think sometimes. So try and get the knowledge they have out into the open.
Yeah, it's an interesting progression, really, for you as a bowler, coming from where you came from, not having an awful lot of what you would call formal coaching, that you decided that that's where you would go once you were coming towards the end of your playing career. What actually prompted that? Where did the spark come from? Why did you think you wanted to become a coach?
Oh, I think as I got older as a player, probably around 28, at the kind of age, I began to see what good people running teams could do and what they could do for a team. And it's not always about technical coaching. There is a big element of that at certain parts of the year. But it's how a team performs as a unit, and there's a whole load of things that go into that. And I think one thing that teams do now, probably in some ways better than we used to because they've more resources, is they perform day in, day out with energy, and that comes down to all sorts of different things. You know, I think the players I played with early on, given the facilities and the training today, would be superb players. You know, absolutely. But I think if you give players the right level of help, you can help players who might have been fringe players become quality players. So more players come through into the system. The best are still going to be the best, but there are ways you can help, and sometimes that might just be to help them think about their game. And there's a lot of other things that impact on players negatively nowadays. Distractions, more distractions than ever. You know, we spoke about the game constantly because there wasn't the elements of professionalism that there are now. So we were in the bar talking about the game, learning from each other, inadvertently, if you like.
You're the last of a whole long line, I think, of players who used to do that, spend time after the game talking about cricket. And you were very much an individual, a player who led by example. Bowling fast, opening the bowling plenty of overs a day, it's tough work. It really is hard work. You have to go through all sorts of strifes and stresses to be able to perform. So you led by example as a bowler and then as a captain. How does that transfer into coaching now? Because it's much harder to do that.
You can't do it. You can lead by example in the way that you do your job as well as you possibly can, and I think that's the overriding concept, that as a captain and as a bowler, you wanted to be seen as someone who could do the hard yards. However tough it got, you always wanted to set that example. And you had to enjoy it. You know, at the end of the day, I enjoyed that. The only way that I can think right now that transfers into coaching is do your job as well as you can. And that, you know, that's not me bowling 20 overs in the nets to show them I can do that. It's do the right things as a coach.
Do you get frustrated as a coach? Whether it be about tactics, players, attitude, what is the thing that does frustrate you, or do you put those frustrations to one side and concentrate on the good things, if you like?
Well, it's not a perfect world, so you can't walk around saying I don't get frustrated about anything. Players have massive challenges nowadays. The county clubs have huge challenges. The schedule of world cricket has changed massively over the last few years. They're challenges we've got to overcome. We've got to understand what our job is, because we can't just have a squad of players for Lancashire and expect them to all play for Lancashire all year. we're going to be pulled around a bit by different players' schedules, be that international cricket, franchise cricket, tour games during the season, all sorts of things. So we've got to plan accordingly and try and be as strong as we can, day in, day out, all year long. In terms of players' attitude, I try not to get frustrated, because what we do is a lot of work to make sure we've got good people, good lads here, and we have, absolutely. So there's not much frustration there. If there is, you pick it up and you try and get better. But over the course of time, especially when a team's being pulled around, you need people who come into the environment and out of it and come back with energy and enthusiasm, respect for their teammates, and want to do well for the club. And if you've got those, then things tend to run a bit better.
Let's come to that, back to that in a minute. I just want to wind the clock back a little. It's over 10 years now since Lancashire won the county championship. You were captain at the time. There were all sorts of constraints placed upon you then. You didn't have Old Trafford as a base because it was being transformed. The square was being turned round. You'd already been playing the best part of 20 years. And that win, that county championship win, just came out of the blue to those that weren't really associated with Lancashire. How did you formulate that season's plan? Was it down to you? There must have been elements from outside as well. But that was a phenomenal effort to win the county championship then.
So Peter Moores came to the club in 2009. I think we'd finished 4th in both of those years leading up to 2011. But at that moment, the team had theoretically weakened a little bit. We lost some senior players, Stuart Law, people like that. And I think there was an area of naivety. I mean, I was a senior player, but I wasn't a coach yet. But
you had much captaincy experience?
Yes, I'd done the previous 2 years.
Yeah, okay.
So I was into the role then, and I was not frustrated, but I was determined that we could go better than 4th place. And I think there was an attitude around, we just said, right, we're going to win the championship this year. And that's not always the best thing to say, because that can create early issues. If you start losing games, you can go from thinking you're going to do that to being nowhere. But we had a group of young players who were hungry, and I think we just decided to let's challenge ourselves, because there's nothing lost with that. We just said we're going to win the championship. That's our aim, simple as that, and that's what we said. We needed a good start to do that, but fortunately that's what we got.
The final game of the year was down at Taunton. Obviously, you were suffering from all the strains and stresses that bowlers suffer from as they go through a season. You'd got a slightly, I don't know whether it was pulled or torn, or it certainly wasn't torn, ripped, but it wasn't clever, your hamstring. And you just powered on through. I think that sums you up, to be perfectly honest. If somebody had to say what defines Glen Chapel, that last game probably would be it. Would that be fair?
I hope so. I still can't work that game out in terms of my personal injury. I've torn a lot of muscles in my time, and I know what a torn muscle feels like. And I think into about the 4th over on day 1, I tore a hamstring to the point where I couldn't walk. So I'm thinking, all right, so I had to go off, get some ice on it, get some strapping on it. And for the rest of the next 2 sessions, it was just behaving like a properly torn hamstring. So I thought I was done. I think back end of the day, might be remembering this wrong, but back end of the day, we had a point where, there was nothing to lose. So I went back out there, and you can always bowl a little bit, hobble around, but it wasn't much better. I had some incredibly tight strapping on it by Sam, the physio. But as I went on, it sort of eased a bit. It was still tugging, but it eased a bit. But bizarrely, by the end of the game, it was probably 70% right. And
talk about bowling through injuries. Well, we talk about that a lot as bowlers.
I don't. Who knows? Because I never got it scanned. Maybe it was me inventing something. Maybe there was nothing there. Maybe it was a weird cramp. Didn't feel
Tension.
like that.
Could have been something like that.
No, I mean, who knows? But yeah. I can't say that, yeah, I can play with a torn hamstring, because that's obviously not true. But for whatever reason, fortunately, it got better and allowed me to play a part in the game.
You've been, well, would you say that's the pinnacle of your career, winning the county championship in 2011?
In terms of a long-term achievement, because it's, just look at the history around Old Trafford. It's hard to win a championship here. For whatever reason, we haven't managed it. Maybe that's a load of different reasons in different years. But to do it with a young team, you know, 16 games I think it was in those days, it takes a collective effort for a long period of time. So I think, yeah, in terms of effort-wise and focus, because it's an achievement over 6 months, it's not just a final.
You've been fortunate enough to play with a number of top-class, maybe the best in the world, cricketers in your time at Lancashire. Two would be Wasim Akram and Murali. There are others as well. Who would you say was not necessarily most influential, but the best you've played alongside?
Well, those two are obviously right up there. I mean, watching Waz bowl was just, it made fielding enjoyable when we didn't enjoy fielding so much. But, you know, I'd stand at fine leg watching Warren flying around behind the stumps and the batters, you know, basically either petrified or amazed at what's coming down.
Did he teach you much?
Yeah.
Did you ever get to master reverse swing, which he was the well, I suppose he was one of the pioneers of.
Yeah, I think I was decent at it. I wouldn't say master it, because he mastered it, so I didn't do what he did. But I learnt from him, and, you know, early on, yeah, it was going against the way it should go, as a reverse swing. But learning what length to bowl with it is quite important sometimes on different surfaces. And he was very influential. He used to be standing at mid-off and say, you know, he used to say, drop your shoulder, hit back of a length, because people used to think you put it up there when it's reversing. And he said, if you hit back of a length, it tends to look like it does more. Obviously, there's a reverse swinging Yorker that demolishes the stumps, but you don't always have the pace for that, or the batter might be up to that. But, you know, a few subtle tactical things he was great with. The other players, well, there's a load of them. I bowled at Stuart Law for a few years. And then
when he was playing for Essex.
So he played for Essex. And in the crazy days when we had a Sunday League game in the middle of a championship game, I'm pretty sure he got 100 first innings, 100 on Sunday and 100 second innings. So we were pretty pleased when he came and signed for us.
Yeah, he was a phenomenal batter.
What did he average for Lancs? 60 odd, 70?
Yeah.
So class-wise, in the brilliant Aussie team of that era, in my mind, he was as good.
Only played one test.
One test, 50 odd, not out.
Does that rankle with you that you never got more of an opportunity to play for England?
I always say no, and I can see the reasons why I didn't at certain times. I also think they made a mistake quite a few times, if I'm honest, because I look at the people who've played, and I've no problems with the good players who played a lot of tests. That's absolutely fine. And if I'm honest, I'm quite clear that I wanted to play. If I want to look back on an England career, it wants to be 50 tests. So 2 or 3 wouldn't bother me. That doesn't bother me at all. So way over it now. Not a problem. It's just cricket at the end of the day.
Exactly. Nothing you can do about it now. Suffice to say that you can take great joy from the career you've had at Lancashire, which isn't over yet, quite clearly. Let's just move it forward now, because your playing days are obviously gone, even though you'd quite like to carry on. They've gone, but you've been head coach for a number of years now, and you must still enjoy that challenge. What is it that really sustains you and keeps you going as a head coach?
I think the big thing is I want to see a team go out there and play together and be strong together and win. Obviously, I want to help put together a team full of quality. But it's that idea of building a team to win something, and to know that you've earned it over a period of time. So then every season's quite demanding, but by the time you've had 4 or 5 weeks off, you start to be constantly thinking about what you need to do January, February, March to get ready for the new season. But I think with the club I've been at for so long, I just want to help us bring some success back, because we've now been through a period where if you put our collective results together, I think we'd be the most successful team in the country. We just haven't won. But we need to keep putting ourselves in those positions, playing good cricket all year to give ourselves that chance. But just keep believing that when we keep getting there, we'll be successful. But the overriding thing is to get a squad together who enjoy playing together, and we'll go out there and give 100%.
How does the head coach role differ from being, say, just a bowling coach?
Less time with individual players, and that's the big challenge, is to make sure you spend enough time with the individuals who want that time. You can still coach, and we do, so currently we don't have a specialist full-time batting coach, but as experienced coaches I think we're all feel that we can help in those areas, and obviously last season our batters had an incredible year. But less time spent with individuals, because you're always thinking about what the whole needs.
Yeah. During your time in the game, 30 years, I think we've already touched on this. Coaching has become, it's developed away from the periphery, and I think it probably was on the periphery when you started, to becoming a mainstream function now, where teams they don't just have one coach, they'll have specialist coaches for bowling, batting, spin bowling, fielding, wicket keeping, etc., etc. And the skills within those different coaching elements have become greater and greater. Let's just take bowling, for instance, fast bowling. When you played, started playing, variety and variation wasn't really on the agenda. It was about consistency of performance. Now we're looking at variety in all forms of the game becoming predominant, aren't we? We're looking at bowling, wobble seam. I mean, wobble seam's become a standard ball. I don't know, it used to be, oh, I've missed the seam this time. But, reverse swing has come through all sorts of different adaptations have come into the game in your time. So you are constantly adapting from the old school type of player and coach into very much a modern phenomenon. Has that been difficult?
It's enjoyable, to be honest. So as a player I grew up, as a bowler I grew up certainly with in-swing and out-swing and holding length. They're the key principles to fast bowling in England. And you'd have bowlers who weren't swing bowlers, they were called seam bowlers, and that might be because they bowled a wobble seam or a very straight seam, but that's a skill in itself. As soon as you tilt the seam in swinging conditions, it will swing. But there's a whole raft of different things now. So, for instance, the skill of a bowler in white ball cricket at the highest level, they have to bowl everything. They have to be able to bowl the old-fashioned Yorker, but they have to be better at it than they used to because the ball's harder now and the batters have practiced hitting the full half volley or the low full toss. You have to cramp for room, you can't give any width. When the batter moves, you have to know whether to follow or to go wide. When you go wide, you have to be able to hold length if that's what the ground dimensions of the pitch need. Slow ball, if you bowl a wide slow ball, you need to be able to bowl, the best will be able to bowl a full one, a length ball, a slow ball. And people watching on TV from the old school will be saying, he's just bowling a load of rubbish. He's all over the place. Slow ball bouncers, all these things. But that's in coaching, it's in players' minds now. So when they're prepared to play against good players, powerful players who can hit it 15 rows back, when you're running into bowl with the right field, which who knows what that is unless you've planned properly, and even then the good players can deal with that sometimes. But you're not just thinking, I'm going to take him one side. What's his body shape when he's trying to hit the ball? Will a length ball be better than a short ball? Will a full ball deceive him more? It's unending, never ending. And that's really exciting as a coach, learning these new tactics as you go along.
It's a classic topic, and it's very relevant at the current time, because essentially what we're talking about here is one-day white ball cricket and variation and being able to adapt. But you and I well know that over the last 6 months, with the way England are starting to play red ball cricket under the influence of McCullum and Stokes and Key, that those sort of elements are coming into red ball cricket, nowhere better served than that test in Rawalpindi that England have won on the flattest pitch you would ever wish to see. So my point being, the game continues to evolve, and all for the better in my view. So let's just concentrate on red ball cricket for a minute. Do you see the influence of the way that England have played in the last 6 months drilling down into the county game?
Without question. Already has. I think it's been documented that Brendan doesn't like the term Bazball, so he's not suggesting there's any element to that. But the principles they're playing by is their willingness to lose in order to win. Shake off the fear of losing red ball games, which is inherent in all of us, because a draw was always seen as valuable. When you play in a relegation system, a draw will always be valuable. But how can we get ourselves to think win above all else? And if we lose, fine. So I think that mantra, that idea, is going to influence everybody in the game. Even more importantly, it makes red ball cricket enjoyable, because they're watching, and hopefully the supporters are thinking, yeah, we can take a loss because they're playing such enjoyable cricket, and they will win more than they lose because they're a good team. So without doubt, it's already inspired players. It's made coaches think about the best way forward for their team. You still have to do the best thing for your team. You can't copy someone else's methods. But I think the idea that winning is more important than potentially losing is something we can all learn from.
Are players, batters in particular, going to come to you, do you think, over time and say, red ball cricket, Glenn, I want to play the way that England are playing? It's my way to success. It's my way to absolutely to better myself.
Two things spring to mind there is continuity of selection gives a player a chance to do that. So England are showing openly that they're backing players. That also gives players less chance to get in the team. But if you're going to ask players to take risks, they have to be sported. We want to win games of cricket, so how can we find ways to create space in a game to give yourself a chance to bowl a team out if the pitch is hard work? That's what England did in Rawalpindi. They scored at such a ridiculous rate, they had the time, and eventually they won out. So they're the sort of things that you need to think about. English conditions changed drastically, so in the summer England were playing aggressive cricket on pitches that were doing a little bit, and they were sailing even closer to the wind there because, you know, a couple of pieces of bad luck early on and all of a sudden you've lost wickets. But they were saying, no, we're going to keep going.
Quite a relevant point, this. Can you see, and would you advocate Lancashire playing their red ball cricket in that way?
Well, if you look at the run rates from last season, we scored at quite a bit quicker than we had done previously. And we have players who are erring towards that style of cricket. Luke Wells, for instance, his early career was a traditional opening batter. His strike rate is now one of those along with the England players. He's going out there and trying to boss the game from ball one, taking it on. Keaton had an amazing season. His strike rate as he gets in is going through the roof. So he's taking his game to another level. The captain, Dane, has always been an aggressive player, but even more so this year. So, absolutely, but we're going to play how Lancashire want to play. And we're going to decide that. But absolutely, we're looking to win games of cricket, so we'll be trying.
Okay, we're coming towards the final part of this, beyond the boundary. Are you happy with where Lancashire Cricket are at the moment, and how do you foresee the short-term future, medium-term future of Lancashire cricket?
Well, if you look at the squad that we have, without any players being away, then we've got a terrific set of players at Lancs, all through the age ranges. We've just taken on 3 new players, one early on in the season, 2 new players, Josh Boyd and Tom Aspinwall, Matthew Hurst. And then I'm doing a little bit of work with the academy, and you see what's coming up. So we'll always have potential pros in our pathway. So absolutely, in terms of resources, player-wise, we're in a good position. And you look at the results over the last couple of seasons: second in the championship twice, 2 more seconds in one-day trophies. We're right up there in terms of challenging for everything, whilst we've got young players coming through. So it puts a bit of pressure on, because there's expectation there, but that's where we want to be, and we want to keep getting better, but we've got the players coming through to do that.
There's no miracle switch that you can click to get to number 1, but that's obviously your ultimate aim, to win trophies.
Yeah, I think one thing you can look at and say, right, unless the weather takes you out of it, to win a championship, if you're the best team, you've got a very good chance. So if you play the best cricket over the course of a season, you've got a very good chance. At the end of the day, in one-day competitions, you've got to win the last one. And you can't always control that, because when it comes down to 1 or 2 runs, you've got to just say, OK, we'll still look at the minute detail, and we'll do what we could have done better. But at the end of the day, you've got to win on the day.
Glenn, many thanks for talking to us, and many future successes for you and for Lancashire.